Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for the Forever F1 podcast. Every week we do a podcast live on the Forever Sports channel, all things to do with Formula One, and obviously we're going to go over lots of news that's happened in the last week, mainly, of course, the Grand Prix in Canada, where Max Verstappen won, Lewis Hamilton came third, Fernando Alonso came second. So, not too far away, maybe.
No, I mean, of course, Fernando Alonso is always going to be super competitive, and he's always going to want to try and win the race, even if he is about 5 to 8 seconds back. I don't know if he was necessarily able to be as competitive as he thought he was, but certainly we like to see that drive, and hopefully that does bring them closer to the Red Bulls.
Well, I mean, the one thing about Aston Martin and Fernando Alonso, I would say, especially this season, is they've not once really, I suppose, not delivered on their promise, or at least they've not said something they've not been able to do. You know, they won't go and say, "Oh no, we've got such an incredible car, it'll definitely beat Red Bull this weekend," and then they arrive and then they get completely tarnished by Red Bull and say, it didn't quite happen. They've never really made their estimations wild and obscenely unrealistic. They've been genuinely on the ball the entire time. They said, look, we're not going to compete with the Red Bulls this weekend, they've said the one time, but we should be the best of the rest. And they were the best of the rest. And Alonso finished second in the one time there. And then they were aiming for a double podium this weekend. Obviously, the problem is you've got Lance Stroll.
Set their sights a little bit high, unfortunately.
Well, Fernando Alonso got the podium. Lance Stroll is the problem there. It's not so much a car issue, but more of a driver issue in that regard. But if Lance Stroll, of course, had managed to actually do a half-decent qualifying session, and he was further up there, he might well have tried to compete with the Mercs for that podium position. And, they're not far away from where they say they are. So if Fernando Alonso is saying, I can compete with that Red Bull during that race, then maybe they can compete with them in future races to come.
Well, I certainly hope so. As I said already, I want to see more competition for the front of the grid. I mean, Max Verstappen has really run away with it now, but yeah, I still hope to see other drivers and other teams being able to get their cars up to the front, because we don't want to see the Red Bulls there the entire season.
No. And Aston Martin's technical director, Dan Fellows, accepted that the side pod alterations were a big visual change, but he was playing down the significance somehow, saying, physically it's a very big update, but there are things less visible we've done to the car before now, which are also quite significant. We are trying to put consistent development on the car rather than wait a few races, then have a big update. So I think that's a small little dig at Mercedes, of course, who said, no, we're waiting, and suddenly, boom, Monaco, we had all these big upgrades, which didn't get to really see until Spain, of course. He says, this is not necessarily the biggest update we put on the car in terms of performance. He said, the side pods are flow tuning features, conditioning the airflow to the rear of the car, but it also helps the floor to work as well. The philosophy we've adopted, which we are seeing being adopted across the grid, is something which helps the concept of the floor to work as well. In itself, maybe the actual performance increase of the bodywork on its own is not all that much, but it helps everything else to work. So basically saying this upgrade is not actually the upgrade itself that's making it quicker, but it's allowing all the other upgrades to be very efficient, and in so doing, it's quite a significant change.
Yes, they certainly look very different to what they were looking like before. I mean, they've got such a big undercut in that first half where the air intake is for the radiators. I mean, it's completely different to the Red Bulls, and then it's got that like bath shape that the Ferraris used to have, but with much more of a cut rather than just a bit of a wedge shape. It's very, very interesting. Hopefully they'll be able to extract more pace with those side pods throughout the rest of the season.
And maybe they're not quite competing with Max Verstappen yet, but they're certainly competing with Sergio Perez, who's in a Red Bull. And speaking of Perez, of course, Perez, I've got an article as well here, and we can just discuss a little bit of Sergio Perez, who had dreamed of restarting his season in Canada. How did that go there? So Perez left very concerned by the lack of pace in Canada as he falls further off the championship lead. I mean, just quickly, Reese, your thoughts on Sergio Perez's performance?
To put it into one word, disappointing. I like Sergio Perez. He's done very well throughout his career, and then he was performing brilliantly at the beginning of the season. I was quite excited to see an inter-team battle. We haven't seen him for a while since, well, Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton. I was hoping to get another Sebastian Vettel, Mark Webber-esque title fight, but it looks like Sergio Perez has just fallen off the pace a bit. I don't know if that crash in Monaco has really just maybe messed with his head a little bit, messed with his confidence, and he's just really off the pace.
Yeah, and reading the article, it's a bit of an odd one. Yeah, he goes and says, in an interview here, he goes and says, today was a bit of a surprise. We just didn't have the pace. It was looking good on the hard tire initially, but once the safety car came in, I couldn't recover the grip on that tire, and we didn't have the pace on the medium, he said. It's important we take time to understand the weekend because this race in particular has been poor in pace and we need to get on top of it. I have the confidence in myself and I know what I can do, but today we were not good. Right now, I am more concerned about my drop in performance than my place in the championship because the pace is just not there. And I think that's actually goes to exactly what you're saying. It's just since Monaco, his pace isn't there. It's let alone talking about the championship. He just seems to be slow, which is why I say the Aston Martins and the Mercedes and even the Ferraris can compete with the Red Bull of Sergio Perez, not Max Verstappen, but Sergio Perez certainly.
It'll be concerning for Red Bull because they're going to start losing a lot of points, which they don't necessarily need, but they would like to take that constructors championship. It's just not looking very promising. I mean, if he keeps up these sort of performances for long enough, Red Bull are going to start looking at replacing him mid-season.
Yeah. And on the other hand, and on the other side of the Red Bull garage, there is, of course, Max Verstappen. And Christian Horner has gone and hailed Red Bull's incredible achievement and sensational after Verstappen won them their 100th F1 victory in Montreal. I mean, how incredible is that? 100 victories there for Red Bull. Not a particularly old team, of course, so it's quite incredible. But then at the same time, as we were saying over the weekend, it also just tells you how new Red Bull are because Lewis Hamilton has got more than 100 wins.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis Hamilton has, of course, been in the sport for a very long time as well. But yeah, it just shows how dominant he has been over the past few years with Mercedes.
Yeah, so Red Bull reached 100 wins, and of course, they celebrate with Adrian Newey taking to the podium over the weekend, and that's who they attribute most of their wins to, the incredible design work and engineering of Adrian Newey, part of the Red Bull team. And Christian Horner got to go and say this when speaking to the Sky Sports F1. He said, to get a century of victories for the whole team is an incredible achievement. Not just here, but for all the people, the men and women back in the team that put in all the long hours. 100 races is a lot, but 100 wins, that's 27% of all the races we've entered, we've won. It is an incredible, incredible statistic. It was also Verstappen's 41st victory, this is not him speaking by the way, in the sport, with all coming behind the wheel of a Red Bull race car. When it was put to Horner that the Dutch driver had won 41% of the team's races, he replied, Max has just been sensational this weekend. It was tricky. It was a tricky race for him today because of the tyre temperatures. I think for all the guys, I think that was tough out there. It was quite cool and the tyres weren't in a happy window. Red Bull have won all 8 races so far this season, with Verstappen having won 6 and Sergio Perez also winning twice. Horner was also asked whether winning every Grand Prix race this year was possible, to which he responded, we're just taking things one race at a time. I don't think you let your mind drift too far into the future, so many things can go wrong. Can we? Yes. Will we? Who knows? Who knows indeed with regards to Red Bull being able to win every race. I doubt it, but when that first race comes that they don't win, I can't quite foresee yet.
I mean, yeah, it's looking like they're going to be quite dominant for quite some time at the moment if teams are not able to make massive gains on them, because I still think they have that around 20-second gap during the race to other teams at the moment.
Yeah, I think the gap in Canada was not nearly as big as it usually is. Not sure.
I mean, there was a safety car. That is the reason.
Yeah, there was a safety car, so it did pretty much. But the safety car was relatively early on. It wasn't too late into the race. It was about lap 15, 20 of 70. So not, there was still a lot of laps to go and to make up time. But
Max does normally put out quite a lot of a gap in that first stint.
Yeah.
On the tires, but yeah, also with that bird in the brakes, it could have just slowed him down a little bit. So yeah, it's difficult to tell, but they still look very, very fast.
And the other team out of the big four that we've not quite talked about yet, and we sometimes always seem to avoid them because they are a bit of the plague in F1 at the moment, and that is Ferrari. They quietly had a very good weekend.
Yes, they finally made some good strategy decisions. I mean, they leapfrogged their drivers up quite a few positions during the safety car.
Yeah, I mean, the Ferrari started in 11th and 10th, respectively, and finished in 4th and 5th. And it doesn't sound that impressive. It's a five place jump up, which, to be fair, is half decent. But it's the fact that they just did it very intelligently. It was easy for them to do that because, as you say, the safety car came in and Ferrari said, no, we're staying out. We back ourselves in these tyres. They were the longest running car on mediums. Nobody else went as long as the Ferraris on those medium tyres, which just shows they finally managed to also, which is what has been the bane of Ferrari, have decent time on the tyres in terms of keeping the tyres going.
And you know what that also means, Mark?
What?
It means that they actually asked their drivers how they felt on the tyres and what they thought they should do.
Yeah, and it's amazing. Isn't it amazing that when you work as a team, you can make decisions that are better for the team? It's incredible.
Yes. Weird concept that for Ferrari, but they seem to be seeing the light eventually. Let's hope they keep on this run for a little bit longer.
And I think the most amazing run over the weekend, which we were also commenting on, and he did in our polls at least get driver of the day, and that was Alex Albon.
He also got Formula One's driver of the day on Sunday.
100%, and fully deserves it. And I've got an article here about Alex Albon in that Williams. What an incredible drive that was in Canada by Alex Albon. It was certainly the highlight of my day. It made it exciting for me to watch at least. And just a couple of quotes from it. He says, it was more than I expected and super happy about his monumental Williams upgrades after the P7 finish in Canada. And in an interview here, he was asked if he was pleased with the result. Albon answered, it was great. It was super. It was more than I expected, of course. It was stressful as well, I have to say. I don't enjoy those races, but the team loved putting me in those situations. It was good. There was a point in the race when we were on those tyres and they told me, you've got 40 laps to do on the rest of the race, and I thought you guys are crazy, but we made it last. Obviously, the closing speed of the cars behind was quite big, so I didn't think I would be able to hold them off. George looked like he ran into some brake issues, and Esteban didn't have the straight line speed to get past us. It worked in our favour. We know we have a slippery car. The cool track, I just think, helped keep my tyres alive long enough and good enough for them not to be able to overtake me. I'm super happy. And yeah, it's the first really good result for Williams all season with regards to Alex Albon finishing in 7th, but it was really down to him more than the car, I feel.
Yes, no, he is certainly just really outdriving that car at the moment. Just looking where his teammate finished, he was the first DNF of the session, albeit to I think it was an engine issue, but still, he hasn't had the greatest season so far. But Alex Albon has really been driving the wheels off of that car and getting it into the points, I think, consistently now. One thing that he will be doing, and people that he will be catching the eye of, is those those in higher management at Red Bull, because he is still a Red Bull contracted driver.
Yeah, maybe he could come back into that first team and take the seat of Sergio Perez, who's really struggling at the moment. Maybe they say, you know what, Perez, you're being relegated to the Williams for the rest of the season because your performances have not been good enough, and we're going to upgrade Alex Albon. I would love to see what Alex Albon could do in the Red Bull right now, whether or not he outperforms Perez, or whether or not it's like maybe a bit too much of an ask for him suddenly, where he's used to being near the back of the grid.
Well, I think he's certainly proven that he does deserve to get a more competitive car. He's been performing so well, especially in qualifying, where he took pole. Well, not pole. He took first position in quali 2. But yeah, still absolutely brilliant for a Williams. I mean, they've really been so far off the pace for the past few years. Sure, they have brought some upgrades which seem to be working, but I didn't think they were that fast.
No. Yeah, so that moves on from Williams. And fantastic to Alex Albon. Once again, I give him a big clap. But, we're starting to wrap up the show a little bit for this week. Some news, and so the major news really covered so far is the fact that the upgrades worked for Aston Martin over the weekend, and hopefully they can take the fight to Red Bull a little bit more. Mercedes, of course, got some great big upgrades coming. But one other thing that we haven't spoken about is the FIA.
Yes.
And they are hinting at an F1 grid access clampdown after the Spanish Grand Prix incident. They're only deciding this now, of course. It's still after now the Canada Grand Prix. And it goes and says the FIA has hinted at a clampdown on pre-race grid access for top series, including Formula One, after an incident involving Neymar at this year's Spanish Grand Prix. Celebrities, invited guests, and members of the international media are permitted in limited numbers to join series officials and team personnel on the grid in the build-up to races for Formula One, Formula E, the World Endurance Championship, and so on. However, this access is currently under scrutiny after guests, including Brazilian footballer Neymar Jr., were still positioned at the edge of the grass on the main straight as the formation lap for this month's Spanish Grand Prix got underway. This case comes as an FIA World Motorsport Council awaits the findings of a review into a track invasion late on during the Australian Grand Prix in April. Race officials were summoned to the stewards in the immediate aftermath. So there's clearly a problem this season so far with regards to, I suppose,
grid access
and the safety with regards to individuals and making their way onto the track. So would you back the idea of maybe clamping down more on who's allowed to be there, or maybe at least the they need to be let out earlier type of thing? You know, they're staying there for way too long, perhaps, or otherwise, problems.
Yeah, normally they remove all of the celebrities and guests while the drivers are getting into their cars and getting ready to get going. But at the moment, it just looks like that's not being enforced properly. And when it's just supposed to be mechanics and car personnel left on the track, it's still got a bunch of celebrities and guests who should be far away by then, because, of course, it's unsafe for them to be anywhere near an active track.
Yeah, and it's also amazing because I'm fairly certain, and completely correct me if I'm wrong, because I feel like my memory's going fuzzy, but it was this season, wasn't it, where we also had that big incident in the pit lane with regards to all the photographers trying to come out and take pictures.
Yes, it was in Azerbaijan.
Yeah, and so we have that incident as well. We have the Neymar incident, we have the Melbourne incident. It's only 8 races in, and we've got multiple incidents of fans entering the track incorrectly, getting into unsafe areas, really putting risky situations into the forefront of Formula One. And one has to wonder, why is this consistently happening?
Yes, it's certainly quite concerning for a lot of fans who want to go to Formula One races. You don't know if necessarily things are planned out as they should be, because we are seeing multiple issues like this. We've seen issues in the past where there wasn't enough sanitation provided at certain racetracks. There wasn't enough food and beverages as well to last for all of the people there. I think that was at Monza, I think 2 or 3 years ago. It's something that you have to be concerned about as a Formula One fan.
The last little bit of news that I think I could just speak about, and I have a small little feature name there, is I have to bring him up every podcast because it is Greece's favourite driver, how much he would love for him to be back in Formula One, and he fights for him, and I know a lot of people don't, but Mick Schumacher is on standby, according to The Mirror. This is The Mirror. But Mick Schumacher is on standby to replace struggling F1 star under pressure after the Canadian Grand Prix. Can you hazard a guess as to who the struggling F1 star is?
Well, there's 2.
Well, there's 1.
Lance Stroll?
I wish, but that wouldn't be the case, no.
No, Logan Sargeant.
Yes. So, do you think that's at all possible? Because, look, I mean, Canada wasn't his fault. We know that.
That wasn't his.
The car blew out. We know that wasn't his fault. But it's another 20th place for him.
Yes, I mean, Albon has shown that car can get points. So the pressure is really on now to Logan Sargeant to get out of that top 10. I think they'll give him a few more races. If he doesn't improve by then, I wouldn't be surprised if he does get the boot, because every point in Formula One is a lot of money. So you want to be scoring as much as you can with the car that certainly can.
Yeah, and also, you think about, I suppose the politics comes into play with regards to Logan Sargeant, because there are still another 2 USA races. Another 2, but not just 1, 2. So we still got Las Vegas, and we still got LA. Is it LA?
No, we don't.
Not LA.
No, it's
Texas. Sorry, Texas and Las Vegas still to come. And he's the American hero boy, whatever. How much is that going to help him keep his seat?
I think the amount of money his dad or whoever his sponsor is brings to that team means a bit more than that. But that might also be a small aspect in it. Of course, Formula One is trying to become more appealing to the American market, but we do already have an American Formula One team. I don't see the appeal in having a American Formula One driver if he's useless.
Yeah, and we've got the big break coming up. It's just after Silverstone, of course. So we've got Austria not this weekend, but the following weekend, and then we've got Silverstone the weekend after that. So we've got 2 tight races, and then we've got a long break, a bit of a long break. I think it's a 3-week or 4-week break, and that's where you see contracts and otherwise shifts and big decisions made. And if Logan Sargeant does not perform well in Austria and Silverstone, do you foresee him getting the boot?
I hope so. Because I think, well, depending on how his next few races are, if he starts turning things around and bringing himself up into the points, then sure, he deserves to keep the seat. If he keeps finishing last, then I think it's his turn to get out of that seat and let Mick have a try, because it doesn't hurt putting Mick in for half a season and seeing if he's better than Sargeant or not.
And I suppose going to my earlier comment with regards to Logan Sargeant being an American, it's great for American advertising. Mick Schumacher being a Schumacher surely is also great advertising for the sport. So it certainly will be interesting. And I know Toto Wolff is certainly, and this is known as a fact, Toto Wolff is very much pushing behind the scenes to have Mick back in a Formula One car ASAP. He certainly believes in Mick Schumacher, and if Toto Wolff, of all people, believes in you, certainly that might tell you something about the driver himself. So I know a lot of people are skeptical of Mick Schumacher, say he's only there because of the name, but Haas did not support him. We know that as a fact. They didn't like him, and I wonder how
he's won Formula 2 and Formula 3 in very competitive years.
Exactly. And
I think he has proven.
And not just that, of course, if he's put into a team that can support him in F1, who knows what he could do? I mean, he might well be one of the much better drivers in the grid. We don't actually know because he's been in Formula One in a team that supports him properly. So maybe Williams do support him for the rest of the season if he somehow gets Logan Sargeant's seat. That's the big if.
Yes, it's a big ask, but we never know. This is silly season. Anything can change.
It'll certainly be a welcome change for me. At least it's certainly a bit more of a. I suppose Logan Sargeant for me is also just a bit of a boring character. Like, he just doesn't add anything for me. It's just that's my personal opinion. He just doesn't add anything. At least Yuki Tsunoda, even if he races badly, he's good entertainment. He's good fun to watch. He's funny. But I just get nothing from Logan Sargeant. But anyway, that's of course the news for the week, everybody. Thank you so much for watching Forever F1, Forever Motorsports, the Forever F1 podcast on Forever Sports. Reese, do you have any closing comments?
No, just really looking forward to the next 2 races before the break. I think they should be quite competitive. They're both very traditional tracks that drivers and teams know very well. So I think we're in for a good 2 races.
Yeah, perfect. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Please be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and turn on notifications to be notified about all future uploads and live streams and everything else for Motorsporty. Of course, also go and check out our partner channel, Forever Motorsports. That's where we do exclusive and only Formula One content and motorsport content, and you're not barraged with all the other sports on the channel as well. So if you only want to see Forever Sports stuff, Forever Motorsport stuff, go check that channel out as well. Otherwise, I've been Mark. Reese has been Reese. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and we'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for the Forever F1 podcast, our weekly podcast here on the channel. I'm joined by Reese and we've got some F1 news coming to you from the last week. And of course we didn't have a Grand Prix this last weekend, so not much that we can go and talk about in terms of reminiscing over what happened over the weekend, nothing very much. But of course we do have the Austrian Grand Prix taking place this weekend, and you can be sure to catch it on Forever Motorsports and Forever Sports, of course, on this channel. Yeah, me and Reese will take you through that entire Grand Prix weekend as it comes to you. But otherwise, Reese, how are you doing? Is there what can we look forward to with Austria coming this week, in terms of points and otherwise things? Just a small little bit to talk about, of course, the Austrian Grand Prix coming this week, and then we'll get into news.
Yes, I'm doing well. Thanks, and yourself, Mark. It's certainly an exciting race weekend ahead of us. A track that does well with many teams. Red Bull, of course, being the main team that does very well around the Red Bull Ring. Of course, it's their home track in Austria, in the town where their founder is from. So they'll be wanting to do very well here, as well as, of course, a lot of teams will be wanting to make their new upgrade packages work. So we should see a lot more testing going on into this race weekend, and hopefully a lot more teams finding some more gains.
Yeah, and teams that have got information and otherwise news happening about them. One of the big news names from today, especially, and heading into this week with the biggest story in F1, and that is Ryan Reynolds. And Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney, of course, you might know them quite well from their Wrexham journey. Wrexham in the UK, of course. Their big journey with Ryan Reynolds and the ownership there and all of the various things they're doing for sport in the UK. And now it looks like they're diving into F1 as they have joined a group that is buying into Alpine F1. And I goes and have an article here. It says Hollywood actors Ryan Reynolds, Rob McElhenney took over Wrexham in 2020, oversaw the club's promotion back to Football League in April. Investment sees Alpine valued at circa £700 million, and Alpine's mountain climber plan is to be fighting for championships within the space of 100 races because Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney are joining the investor group, taking a 24% equity stake in Alpine Racing. I mean, how exciting is that, Reese?
Yes, certainly very exciting for the sport to have some new investment or new investors that have joined the sport, especially those big names of Rob McElhenney and Ryan Reynolds. It's certainly very exciting to have him in the sport. He's such a great character. We've seen how he's had such a good influence on that Wrexham team, him and his partners there. Yeah, it will be great to see him at a Formula One track for sure.
Yeah, so we've got the Formula One team's parent company, Renault, announcing the move on Monday with a €200 million deal valuing the British-based Alpine at around £700 million following the investment. Alex Scheiner, the co-founder and partner of Otro Capital, will join Alpine's board of directors. Deadpool star Reynolds leads the maximum effort investments with McElhenney of American comedy series It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and fellow actor Michael B. Jordan as co-investors. So Reynolds and his fellow actors, of course, took over Wrexham in November 2020, funding the Welsh soccer club's return to the English Football League, having won the National League in April. Their popular docuseries Welcome to Wrexham has proved a big hit in North America, propelling the little-known club into the spotlight. So the question remains, is now they're getting involved in Alpine and in F1. Could we see similar sort of turnarounds or otherwise stories being made about Alpine? Could we see a mini docu-series being formed? Could we see Alpine starting to make headway into the F1 podium places and otherwise? I mean, it seems to do well for the football club Wrexham. Could the investment of the same bunch into Alpine do the same?
I mean, we can't say that it won't happen for sure. I mean, it's Formula One. They've already got their Netflix docuseries that is following all of the drivers and teams so closely. I don't know if they'll be in a contractual obligation to only have one docuseries following them at a time. Possibly they might be, so they're not allowed to have another docuseries filmed. But I mean, if they did, it would be very interesting to see the back end of Alpine.
Yeah, I mean, that's of course something that could be very, very interesting to see. But otherwise, yeah, there's not much more to talk about other than the fact that, yeah, they're getting involved with Alpine and the investment group, at least, they are part of. So it's not exactly quite them buying Alpine, but they're certainly investing into it as part of a larger company, and they, of course, are part of said company. And another news in terms of big money and otherwise in F1, we've got another piece of information that's also very big news that's also hit us today, and that is the high-tech Grand Prix launch. Exciting F1 2026 bid, which is backed by the Kazakh billionaire. And it goes and says in this article here from Planet F1, High-Tech GP have officially launched an application to join the F1 grid in 2026 after receiving major investment from a Kazakh billionaire. With teams currently competing in F2, F3 and F4, High-Tech are a familiar name in junior racing circles and were founded by former Red Bull junior driver Oliver Oakes in 2015. On Monday, a statement released by High-Tech confirmed a 25% stake in parent company High-Tech Global Holdings Limited has been sold to Kazakh businessman and motor racing enthusiast Vladimir Kim, who, according to Forbes, has a net worth of $4.6 billion. Having achieved a certain level of success in the junior categories, Silverstone-based High-Tech says the gaining an F1 entry would be a move that would complete its single-seater ladder and demonstrate that High-Tech has all the right people, experience, and resources to compete alongside the best teams in the world. The bid comes after 20 months of planning and extensive preparation, with High-Tech currently boasting a workforce of more than 150 people. Kim's main interests are in the mining, banking, and aviation industries, with his Kazakhim and KAZ Minerals Group ranking among the top 10 producers of copper in the world. So certainly no lack of money and funding going into High-Tech's application to join the F1 grid. And they've, of course, it says in the article there, they've got junior structures already in all F2, F3 and F4. So will F1 be relatively simple to get into, or is this going to be a completely new ball game for them?
Oh, I mean, it's a completely new ball game. You can't underestimate Formula One. It is such a difficult motorsport category to compete in. I mean, we see how there's so much competition in the midfield, and that is because it's, of course, so competitive. They're good to have a billionaire on board with them, because it is going to cost them a lot of money to get into Formula One. At the moment, the buy-in fee for a brand new team, Mark, what do you think that costs?
500 million.
200 million.
Okay. So I tried to do a high number because I just knew that it would be very, very high. 200 million. What, and pounds, euros, dollars? I assume dollars.
$200 million, yeah. And teams are trying to get that fee to go even higher up. Because, of course, once you get another team into the grid, that dilutes your winning fees at the end of the year.
So that's an interesting thing, because it doesn't actually say in the article, it doesn't go and explain whether or not that's going to add more cars to the grid or if they're going to be replacing a team. I haven't seen Formula One with more than 20 drivers on the grid in, well, have we ever? I mean, yes, I'm sure we have at some point.
I think we have,
but,
yes.
But for the last good 10 to 15, 20 years, I've only ever seen 20 drivers on the grid, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. So if that's the case, I mean, somebody's going to have to drop out, and doesn't actually specify who could possibly be that team. So do you have any ideas? Because, of course, Audi is joining. Now,
yes, Audi is a sure team for 2026 at least. They seem to be very committed to joining. They've already bought Alfa Romeo. I think they start taking over at the beginning of next year. That is the beginning of that Audi takeover. So, yeah, I don't know if they'll possibly be coming on as a sponsor, possibly to Haas or maybe Williams.
Yeah, because one imagines they have to be, if they're coming into Formula One, they have to be replacing a team. And one would look at probably, I think most likely, surely the Haas, considering the Russian tires and otherwise, with that team there. And, you know, they're struggling a lot at the bottom of the field there. And, you know, since the whole Russian war and Ukrainian effort there, they've come under a lot of fire and threat because, of course, it was heavily Russian-backed. I wonder if maybe that's the team that would be dropping out and being replaced by the High-Tech franchise, or maybe you're not, as you say, High-Tech will just get involved as a joining one of the other teams, and it'll be a dual team as you've seen in the past, like Red Bull, Aston Martin, for example.
I don't see Haas leaving anytime soon. They still have a lot of investments in Formula One. I think they are still going to be there for a while. Maybe they will join forces with High-Tech, or maybe High-Tech will enter as a new entry. I mean, it's a lot of money, but I certainly would love to see another 2 cars in the grid, 22 cars in the grid, 24. possibly even more in the future would be great.
Yeah, 22 cars on the grid could be a lot more exciting, of course, because the more drivers, the merrier in terms of creating instances and problems and qualifying, practice, races, etc. More cars means more shambles that could happen. So, I wouldn't be opposed to having more teams, but I do think that very unlikely given the fact that we haven't had more than 20 drivers on the grid for many a year. But of course, that is high-tech GP attempting to launch their bid, at least, to have a team on the F1 grid in 2026, already having teams in F2, F3, and F4. Now, going a little bit closer to home, and we talk about the drivers and the number of drivers that we have. Daniel Ricciardo, who's in Red Bull currently as a reserve driver, has a genuine chance to seal an F1 seat as the Red Bull team are open to the move. And I've got an article here from The Express. Now, I do grant it is The Express, so not necessarily as source-driven as possible, but nonetheless, we'll go to it. It says Daniel Ricciardo could return to the F1 fold next season with AlphaTauri, reporting a genuine possibility for the Australian. Ricciardo has spent 2023 supporting Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez at constructor giants Red Bull. The 33-year-old mutually agreed to terminate his McLaren contract a year early at the end of last season. It is claimed that he was falling out of love with Formula One after struggling for form in 2022. An 8-time race winner, Ricciardo joined former team Red Bull to rekindle his passion for the sport. As part of his contract as a reserve driver, he only needs to attend 8 race weekends. But a quick departure could come soon, despite the driver insisting that it would be a fairy tale to finish his career with his current team. There could be a couple of teams wanting new drivers ahead of the 2024 season. And one of the main front drivers for that is AlphaTauri. And would you see him at AlphaTauri?
Well, I think it wouldn't hurt to have him in a seat at all at the moment, possibly in AlphaTauri. There's not as much pressure as in that McLaren seat, which, of course, there was a lot of pressure. He was trying to prove himself against Lando Norris, who, of course, is very, very strong in that car. And he didn't seem like he was himself at McLaren, really. Red Bull also said when he came back into their care that he'd lost quite a lot of weight as well. So they put him on a bit of a better diet and a bit more of a workout routine and got him back to his old ways. He certainly seems a lot happier now at Red Bull than he was in McLaren. So I don't think he would be opposed to going into that sister team and possibly proving himself to go back into the main team.
And I suppose one of the main reasons why that article and that information has surfaced is because of another article from Planet F1, which seems to suggest that Yuki Tsunoda would be prepared to leave the whole Red Bull setup in search of another team who would back him if he gets the opportunity. And his performances have not gone unnoticed, after driving in the shadow of Pierre Gasly last season. And he was touted as a potential option to partner Max Verstappen at Red Bull. However, he does believe if he gets a shot at one of the top teams, he would be willing to leave the Red Bull family. And he says here in an interview to Give Me Sport, I think Checo has a contract to the end of next year, and so I guess Red Bull are happy with him. So for now, I just have to focus on myself and show my value. I think time will tell anyway. I think it's good to actually stay for now at AlphaTauri and show my performance to all the teams. It's good to have more attention, not just from Red Bull. I don't get to choose what team I want to go to or what things I want to do in Formula One yet. I think Red Bull will still get to choose, so I want to get to the point as a driver where I get to choose. Obviously, I want to go to a team that I know, based on the last few years, has been consistently high. Maybe one day AlphaTauri will be in that top part, and in that case, then there's no reason to go to other teams. But anyway, it's good to have a lot of attention because it shows that I have much value, and I think we as drivers, we're happy with things like this. So he seems to suggest that he's very open to move should any bigger team come knocking, and that would certainly open the door for Red Bull to go and put their reserve driver Daniel Ricciardo in an AlphaTauri seat, as that would be vacated by Yuki Tsunoda. So I suppose the planets there sort of do align with regards to those stories. So maybe a hint of truth, or at least certainly plans.
Yes, I could see Yuki Tsunoda leaving. I think the more likely of the two drivers in AlphaTauri at the moment to be axed from that seat would be Nick de Vries. He has been rather dismal this year. He's quite a decorated driver, and he's just not really proved himself at all this year against Yuki. Of course, Yuki has had more time in that seat, but still, we really expected Nick de Vries to hit the ground running, and he's been outperformed almost at every race now by Yuki Tsunoda.
Oh, he's just hitting the wall running. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes, no,
him and Lance.
it's a good point you bring up, as it says. So, we talk about the Red Bull drivers and all of those involved with the Red Bull outfit, AlphaTauri being associated with them as well. Daniel Ricciardo is currently sitting reserve driver, but Yuki Tsunoda and Nick de Vries are in those AlphaTauri seats, and those AlphaTauris are not doing very well at all. And Yuki Tsunoda is certainly outperforming Nick de Vries. De Vries really struggling.
If we're talking about Red Bull drivers under pressure, though, I don't think we can leave out Sergio Perez, who is under quite a lot of pressure at the moment in that second Red Bull seat. He's also not been performing all too well after Monaco. He had a bit of a crash there, and he's just really not been his winning ways after that. He's been well off the pace of Max Verstappen, barely finishing in the top 10. And yeah, his seat will also be under a lot of pressure at the moment. I think if Red Bull were to replace him, I don't think Daniel Ricciardo would be at the top of that list.
No, it's something certainly to look forward to in terms of understanding what happens. It is silly season soon. Yes. It pretty much is silly season, but certainly after Silverstone, there's a little bit of a break, and maybe some very interesting calls could be made with regards to lots of drivers. Logan Sargeant, Nick de Vries, some of those spring to mind. Of course.
I mean, we also can't forget that Red Bull does still own or have under contract Alex Albon, who's doing brilliantly in the Williams at the moment. So he could also somehow just hop into a Red Bull seat.
I mean, Alex Albon, of course, I think he's certainly proving that he's a fantastic driver this season, really doing as much as he possibly can in what is a hopeless car in the Williams. Logan Sargeant, of course, doing next to nothing in it. So that is, of course, you make a good point. Lots of things could happen in the silly season coming up, but that was Daniel Ricciardo possibly having a genuine seat next year, and Yuki Tsunoda looking elsewhere should the right offers come in. And I think we go to a team that's not something else that's not really talked about all that much recently, because everybody's pretty much lost faith in them, and that is Ferrari.
Oh, gosh.
And the Ferrari team principal, this is according to Planet F1, Ferrari team principal Fred Vasseur fears that the extended periods of gardening, this being, trying to facilitate for the future, getting people in, will end up postponing the Scuderia's return to winning ways. This, of course, being the addition and allocation of resources for the future and unable to put it in right now. So, with just a single podium finish achieved by Charles Leclerc in Azerbaijan in the first 8 races, Ferrari have endured a tough start to the 2023 season. As well as underperforming on track, the Italian outfit are experiencing a degree of turbulence behind the scenes with a number of high-profile departures. In March, McLaren announced the signing of Ferrari head of vehicle concept David Sanchez, with sporting director and deputy team boss Laurent Marquez also set to leave to replace Franz Tost as the AlphaTauri team principal. Vasseur has expressed his frustration with the contractual situation among engineers in F1, which he says is in stark contrast to the agility team's display in recovering from setbacks on a Grand Prix weekend. The Frenchman has revealed that he has made a key hire, but that individual believed to have been signed from a midfield team will be unable to have an impact on Ferrari's fortunes until 2025. According to the Motorsport.com, he said, "The issue in F1 is inertia. On one hand, we look very agile. We change things, and overnight, sometimes you have an issue and you can fix it from one race to another. But the reality of our business is that when you want to steer the boat a little bit, then we are not agile anymore. We know that if we want to recruit, we are speaking not in days, we are speaking in years. I signed a top guy a couple of weeks ago to join in 2025. He will only work on the car in 2025 and 2026. It seems a long wait, but on the other hand, if you don't do it, it will be worse in 6 months. You have to accept it as a basic of F1. If you stop at one stage, it means you will postpone again even more the impact." So, just going and saying that Ferrari are in deep trouble basically right now, but it's not something they can change immediately.
No, I mean, it looks like they've made major investments to keeping that team competitive into the future by signing big names like those that have just been mentioned there in the article. I mean, it's going to take a lot of time until they can actually still contractually come to the team. So they've made all of these investments, but they can't see the benefits just yet. I mean, good to see, though, that Vasseur is thinking into the future, not necessarily just at the moment where they seem to be struggling in their Formula One team, but at least still, even though he might not be there in the next 5 years, because we see how quickly these team bosses at Ferrari move around. But yeah, he seems to be thinking in the right direction, though, not just thinking at the moment, but also thinking about in the future, which a lot of other team bosses haven't necessarily done.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, though, that he goes and identifies a couple of people that he wants to sign, and otherwise saying that an unknown person is going to be joining in 2025. I'm not even sure he's necessarily going to be there in 2025, given his current state as team boss, really struggling in that Ferrari team. So, but at the same time, can Ferrari really afford to change another team boss in the current scenario? You're making all these plans to try and get Ferrari back to where they should be. And if they have another change of team boss and otherwise structures, you could just postpone yet again, just as he says, postpone the eventual improvement of the very, very famous red Formula One outfit. So a very, very difficult and torrid time for Ferrari, as we know it is, but it just doesn't seem to want to improve.
Yeah, certainly very disappointing for us fans of Ferrari and fans of Formula One in general. We want to see Ferrari back in their winning ways, and we want to see them at the top of the grid and at the top of the timing boards. It's very weird not to see Ferrari being competitive.
Yeah, and that pretty much brings us to the end of the discussion for this Formula One podcast. Reece, do you have anything else you want to add?
Well, just to add on Ferrari, I mean, if they're not able to get themselves back into winning ways soon, we could see Charles Leclerc walking away from that famous outfit and moving somewhere else. And I've got an article here from gpfans.com just saying that Aston Martin could end up having to pay off one of their current drivers to sign Charles Leclerc if he does need to leave Ferrari. I mean, Charles Leclerc could want to move from Ferrari into a more competitive team, and a team that's certainly investing a lot into their future and is very competitive at the moment is Aston Martin. I mean, could we see Leclerc moving across there?
Well, my problem is that I wouldn't replace Fernando Alonso until Fernando Alonso no longer starts competing, because we can see still Fernando Alonso is one of the best drivers on the grid by country mile. They wouldn't make the risk of putting Charles Leclerc in his seat yet. But if Fernando Alonso should announce his retirement, or perhaps, for the season after, and Ferrari are still in turmoil, Charles Leclerc is a fantastic replacement. Of course, we would love to see Charles Leclerc replace Lance Stroll, but that's not going to happen.
You assumed the article spoke in the way of replacing Fernando Alonso, but it actually does go on to say that Alonso is not showing any signs of wanting to leave Aston Martin. However, so any seat that does come up may have to be at the expense of Lance Stroll. I mean, you still have to think at the end of the day, Lawrence Stroll, the owner of the team, he's a businessman. He has to understand the team has to do well. The team has to score as many points as possible. If that is at the expense of your son, who is pretty much just getting a free seat in Formula One for a couple of years, at the expense of your team possibly making hundreds of millions of dollars,
yeah,
my
only problem is that nobody really gets involved with Formula One too much to make, a lot of these guys, when they go and buy a Formula One team or otherwise, they're not doing it for the money. They're doing it for the prestige of owning a Formula One car and being able to say, I own the Formula One team. I don't know if Lance Stroll does look at his son Lance and thinks, I need to get rid of him because I need to make more money in the sport. That's the next question. But if he was cutthroat, which I doubt he is, but if he was cutthroat, maybe he does get rid of his son and says, hey, because then you could have two incredible drivers in Charles Leclerc and Fernando Alonso racing in that Aston Martin. That could be something incredible to watch.
But I mean, you have to think of it from a sponsor's standpoint as well. Aston Martin has massive sponsors that have joined on board with them, and they are going to want to see that car compete as high as it can. If they hear that Charles Leclerc has contacted the team wanting to sign for them, and they pretty much turn them down because their second driver is the owner's son, what are they going to say? They're just going to jump ship. So you still want to stay competitive and show that you do have two of the more competitive drivers on the grid, so if you're going to be a top competing team.
So essentially what you're saying is Lawrence Stroll, in order to solve this entire conundrum, needs to buy another team. He needs to buy another team because unfortunately it's his son. I don't see him firing his son. I see the potential. He's a businessman. He makes millions. He needs to buy another team. Send his son there, and that's like the alternative to Red Bull, like AlphaTauri. It's just the rubbish little team at the end there that we just keep our other parts there just to do some development and ideas, and then put our actual drivers in the Aston Martin team. So what Lance Stroll needs to do is just buy another team, and then get Charles Leclerc and Fernando Alonso as main drivers for Aston Martin and ship Lance Stroll down to whatever team that is.
I mean, that would be ideal, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. Yeah.
Yeah, essentially, it's not something that we're going to necessarily see. But I suppose if Lance Stroll really does struggle and maybe the conversation is had, that would be a brilliant move for Aston Martin, because certainly I do think Charles Leclerc is actually open to a move. And if
Yes,
the
I
right
think
team
he's
like
getting
Aston
very
Martin,
frustrated.
I think if the right team like Aston Martin came along and said, "Would you like to come race for us?" I think he would jump ship in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, you can't turn down a super competitive car, but I mean, it might be very hard to leave that Ferrari team. It's such a prestigious team. You're treated like absolute royalty when you're a Ferrari driver, but at the same time, you really do get left out high and dry a lot by Ferrari, and you can't say anything against them. Otherwise, you get a lot of backlash. You have to really watch what you say in the media. I think a lot of that as well, he would be happy to get rid of. But I mean, you're still, at the end of the day, a Ferrari driver. Would you be willing to give that up?
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, in that same breath, who's more famous at the moment, Fernando Alonso or Charles Leclerc?
Exactly.
One's getting a lot of talk, the other's being forgotten about. And at the end of the day, the one who's in the Ferrari car is not the one that's being talked about. So, if he wants to get back in the media shine and everything like that, the prestige of Ferrari is very quickly slipping away should they not fix their turmoil. And you don't want to fall away with it. So, yeah, lots of very interesting times coming up. But that brings us to the end of this week's Forever F1 podcast with Reese. Reese, any final, very long, small comments unless you have something else?
Only thing is just the little bit of chatter about Lewis Hamilton's contract talks. He's supposedly wanting about $250 million for a 5-year contract, so $50 million a year. I don't know if we'll see that happening. I mean, that's a lot of money. His current contract is, I think, 30 to 40 million a year. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. But of course, we'll bring that news to you should it come in for a new contract for Lewis Hamilton. Otherwise, guys, join us this weekend, this Thursday, for our preview to the Austrian Grand Prix, our 10th round of racing for the 2023 season. The Red Bull home race, of course. Lots of things could happen this weekend, lots of upgrades for all the major teams, and they do reckon this could be a very, very competitive Grand Prix. So don't go anywhere. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and turn on notifications to be notified about all future uploads. And from me and Reese, we're going to head on out, and we'll see you this weekend for the Austrian Grand Prix. But otherwise, thank you so much for watching and listening to the Forever F1 podcast. Cheerio. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. For today's guide, how to watch the Austrian Grand Prix, how to watch all the action from Austria this weekend, and it's going to be absolutely mental. We have got free practice, we have got qualifying, we have got a sprint race, we have got a Grand Prix on Sunday, and you can watch all the action on a free-to-air broadcaster. That's what we're going to show you how to do. Now, obviously, we'll be covering all the action, so I don't need to tell you that, and you can go and join Mark and Reese throughout the weekend as they bring you all the action. But at the end of the day, whilst you're listening to them, you also want to be able to watch the action, and with a VPN, that is possible. So, we recommend ExpressVPN, or else we can also use Bitdefender, who are bringing you the entire weekend, and they've got their own VPN as part of their cybersecurity offering, which is absolutely brilliant. One of the world leaders in cybersecurity are Bitdefender. Go and get yourselves a description. Check the description below for both a link to ExpressVPN or Bitdefender. Bitdefender does have a VPN as part of their cybersecurity, so not only have they got the cybersecurity, they've got a VPN as well, which will be even more secure. So go and check that out down in the description below. Right, how are you going to watch the action? Well, the good news is and I find the easiest is actually on service. There's actually two different broadcasters. RTBF is available in Belgium, or I found in Austria, Service TV works the best, and that's currently what I'm going to show you to do. So first things first, down in the description, you're going to go download either ExpressVPN or get Bitdefender, and you're going to connect to a Austrian server. So as you can see, that is what ExpressVPN looks like. Link down in the description over there, and as you can see, we are connected to an Austrian server. As a result,
You then go to the service website, and hey, there it is. It's working. And basically what it does, geolocates your device to make it seem as if you are in Austria, and you can watch all the action. If you were to, for example, trying to watch this without a VPN, the video just wouldn't play. It's that simple, to be honest. And that's why you need yourself a VPN. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. If you don't have a VPN, it's going to look like this. It's going to say the video is unavailable. So VPN, connect to Austria, go to service, watch all the action, smash the like on the video, subscribe to the channel, come and watch all the action with us as well this weekend. Mark and Reese, love bringing it to you, and we love having you in the comment section. Thank you very much for watching, and I will chat to you guys all very soon.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for this, the Austrian Grand Prix preview. And of course, I'm joined with Reese, and we are together for once in the studio today for the Austrian Grand Prix preview. And yeah, lots could happen this week. It's the sprint weekend, of course, so we will have a sprint on the Saturday. So how the structure of the weekend works is very simple. We will go practice 1 tomorrow morning, then we will have qualifying. Then that's of course for the race. Then on Saturday we will have the sprint shootout, and then we will have the actual sprint, and then Sunday we will have the race. So that's of course the structure and the schedule for the weekend. But you're in Austria. It's Red Bull Home Grand Prix. Reese has got some stats for us with regards to the actual race itself. And Reese, what can you tell us?
Well, yes, it should be a very interesting race weekend ahead of us. This is going to be the 42nd race held at the Österreich Ring, the Red Bull Ring, known by everyone else. As I said, the 42nd time it has been held here at this circuit, and it was first held in 1963. Certainly a very historic track on our Formula One calendar. Currently, our most wins from drivers is sitting at a tie between Joe Siffert, Alain Prost and Max Verstappen, with 3 wins between all of those 3 drivers. But the most wins by constructor is Ferrari. Could we see Ferrari making a bit of a turnaround here this weekend? We'll have to wait and see. Our fastest pole position time here that we have had before is a 1 minute 4 second 0.9. So I don't know if we'll be able to see that being beaten this weekend, but it's always possible with these new regulation cars. The race distance here, though, is around 306 kilometers, 190 miles, and there's always around 71 laps that we do have here.
Yeah, and yeah, we're going into this weekend with Red Bulls, of course, the favourites in their home Grand Prix, and they've been favourites for every race this entire season as well. So no surprises there that they're going to the favourites again. However, Sergio Perez might have a little bit of a problem. I mean, we know he's got a problem in the season anyway, but it turns out he's now sick. So what could that possibly mean?
Well, I mean, it could have quite a bad effect on him, of course, in terms of losing points from a race weekend. It also could mean that he just loses a little bit more confidence not being in the car for another race weekend.
Well, that's of course if he doesn't race.
Yes, if he doesn't race, if he isn't able to get well before this race weekend gets underway. Hopefully he will be able to get back in the car. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens tomorrow in free practice 1. And I think it's race qualifying tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah, race qualifying tomorrow.
So, I mean, if Sergio Perez is sick, and of course that's not going to help him if he does go into it in a sickly manner in terms of trying to get around the track quickly and getting another restart, as you're supposed to restart a season in Canada, and you'll only be able to restart it therefore, this weekend. If he's sick, it's not going to help. But if he should actually not be able to race, then what happens for Red Bull? Because we haven't seen that so far this season. What would happen?
No, we haven't seen it happen for any of the teams.
No, I should take that all back. Lance Stroll did not race the first weekend.
That's true. Yes. We had, who was it? I think it was Felipe Drugovich.
Yeah.
Filled in for Lance Stroll when he had the broken wrist. But Stroll was still able to participate in the race in Bahrain. He just wasn't able to participate in testing. But if Perez is still unwell and not able to participate in the rest of this race weekend, we're going to have, I think, possibly Daniel Ricciardo coming into that Red Bull seat. That could really put a lot of pressure on Perez if Danny Rick comes in and really outperforms his, well, not even his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be a tough ask for Daniel Ricciardo, of course, if he does come in to that Red Bull seat in place of Sergio Perez, should he not be able to recover in time, well, recover enough, of course, to go into the race car.
He's not been in a Formula One car, of course, since last season, but he's no stranger to it. Well, I say not been in a Formula One car. He's not been racing.
Well, he's not been in a Red Bull Formula
yes.
One car. He's been in the sim a lot, though, which has been quite beneficial for the Red Bull team. We don't just have Danny Rick, though, as that backup driver. We do still have Liam Lawson as another backup driver for Red Bull if Danny Rick isn't able to make it this weekend. I don't know if Daniel Ricciardo is doing his Nordschleife run this weekend. I don't know. It might be. But if he is unable to get to the Austrian track, I'm sure they will get Liam Lawson then to fill in that seat. But we'll still have to wait and see what happens with Sergio.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Liam Lawson there and Daniel Ricciardo as the reserve drivers for Red Bull for Sergio Perez this weekend. Both of them coming from down under in Australia and New Zealand, respectively. So, they're asking for support from the far ends of the earth. Is that really how far they're going to try and get a replacement for Sergio Perez?
Liam Lawson is racing in, I think, Formula 2, so he'll be in Austria anyways, as we do have those support races taking place this weekend.
I was making a bit of a joke. But yes, we do have, as we says, the Formula 3 and the Formula 2 happening this weekend, which you will catch in our live streams as well. We'll be doing timing boards about that as well. So, yeah, don't go anywhere on the channel. We are going to bring you all of the information as much as possible. And, yeah, I've got a very exciting race weekend with lots of racing happening. Now, again, we went back to it. We have a sprint race happening this weekend. And the FIA has today made an F1 sprint rule change. And I'm just going to read the article a little bit. And it says, the change gets around an unintended consequence, which was introduced at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, of course, our previous sprint. And F1 sprint regulations have again changed ahead of the Austrian Grand Prix in order to overcome issues experienced in Azerbaijan. New rules were introduced ahead of the Baku event that saw Saturday's proceedings separated from the Grand Prix, with a new qualifying shootout introduced to replace what was FP2. In this shootout, which determined the grid for the sprint, drivers had to use medium tyres in SQ1 and SQ2 before using softs in the final stage. But teams were not obliged to save a set of new softs for SQ3 and instead could use up their allocation in the sole practice session and the main qualifying hour on Friday. This was the case for McLaren's Lando Norris and AlphaTauri's Yuki Tsunoda, though only the Briton made it into SQ3 and had both drivers made the final segment of the shootout. The rules allowed for intermediate tyres to be used in order to start to start 9th rather than 10th. So the rules that have been modified. Race director Niels Wittich's event notes read, in order to avoid the acknowledged unintended consequence whereby in certain situations at sprint events it becomes attractive to run intermediate tyres on a dry track, the following amendment to Article 30.5H of the Formula 1 sporting regulations is made. Consultation has occurred with the commercial rights holders, stewards and teams. The agreement of the FIA, the commercial rights holder, and 9 articles. Oh, this is all very complicated article stuff. Basically, according to the decision, is in the period SQ3 of the sprint shootout, up to 1 set of dry weather tyres may be used, and this must only be a set of the soft specification. So no more medium tyres to be used in SQ3.
Or intermediates.
Or intermediates, indeed.
Yes.
So
I mean, that's quite weird to have drivers using a set of intermediates. I didn't even know that happened in the last qualifying shootout or shootout qualifying that we have, sprint qualifying. Yeah, I didn't even know they did that. That's very weird. And I mean, I don't know why teams would try and use that loophole. I mean, I don't think you'd ever find a gain on intermediate tyres during a qualifying.
I suppose the concept is that if you go and use the intermediate tyres in qualifying 3, when you are like a Lando Norris, for example, you stand no chance of beating the other 9 drivers in front of you. You get to savour your own softs for the race, so that's a better thing. So that must probably be the reason why they've done that. And
I guess it does allow the teams to be a bit more equally balanced for the race as well as the sprint, because then they all have the same amount of allocation of tyres for the entire weekend. But it's very weird. You always find teams finding these small little loopholes and really taking advantage of them.
Yeah. And speaking of FIA and rule changes and otherwise, Lewis Hamilton's been in the news. He's been calling out certain things. Reece, do you want to read a little bit about the fact that I'm just going to read the name of the article. And it says, Lewis Hamilton says the FIA should introduce a new rule on car development amid Red Bull's domination of F1 in 2023. Sounds like someone's a little bit sour.
Well, I did read a little bit about this earlier today, and Hamilton was pretty much saying that he wants teams to be regulated as to when they can start developing their car for the next season. It's very interesting. I mean, quite hypocritical when you've been in a Mercedes that was dominant for 7 years because they started developing their car earlier than any other team had before the turbo hybrid regulations came to be. Mercedes was that test mule for those new regulations, as Williams was the new test mule for these new regulations. I mean, can you be saying stuff like this when you know you've taken advantage to
Yeah, but
pretty
no
much
longer
exactly what
suits
you're
them.
saying?
So it
Well,
no
yes.
longer suits the team. So now they're seeing other people take advantage of something they're used to, and they're unable to take advantage of it. So I suppose that's the argument. To be fair, take away where he might have been. I could probably agree and say the problem is that, for example, like Ferrari have basically given up on this season, and a lot of their development ideas are going straight towards next season. They're going straight. Well, we don't.
Yes.
Well, now we're going to develop this car, and you're going. Well, you still got another 13 races to go in this season.
It's Formula One. They know they've lost already this year. There's no point fighting for the championship, wasting very valuable resources in a budget cap era. I mean, they're already relatively regulated as to how much work they can do with the budget cap. So, I mean, what's the point in putting a date on it? Because there is only so much you can do with the certain amount of money that you have. So, you're already being super regulated in that sense. So, yeah, I mean, it's a bit pointless. I understand why he wants it, but at the same time, I mean, how are you going to regulate that as well? How are you going to monitor that teams aren't doing any designs in CAD or in any other design software? Or how are you going to regulate it with Adrian Newey, who draws everything? You're not going to go and take away his drawing board and his pencil and go, no, Adrian, you can't start designing
can't
your
do
car
that yet.
until the 5th of December.
Yes.
No,
No,
I
it's
think
going to be difficult.
very
Yeah.
difficult to judge.
Yeah.
Or
And
police.
that's one of the pieces of news there. But the big news that has also been released this week, and that is while speaking about Red Bull taking advantage of things, is the fact that Red Bull's overall structures will be changing from 2024. And that is the fact that AlphaTauri, which is of course their development team in Formula One,
Formerly Toro Rosso.
yes, formerly Toro Rosso. I'll get there eventually. Sorry.
And before that, I think it was Minardi.
Minardi, yes. They will be yet again changing their name and their whole setup. So the AlphaTauri team will be renamed for the 2024 season. Helmut Marko has confirmed, with the junior team to follow Red Bull Racing as far as the regulations allow. So that's the one major piece of news there. The fact that, and of course that's following on the news that we've got that high tech will be getting involved in Formula One. I mean, not that that's going to necessarily...
We haven't had a confirmation yet that they are going to be joining forces for AlphaTauri, but we are speculating that at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, Red Bull and High-Tech are quite involved in the junior formulas, so you could see that relationship coming over to Formula One. Certainly a great prospect for Red Bull. Of course, they want to have another team, or they want to have a partnership with a team for their new engines that they are going to start manufacturing. So that could be where AlphaTauri comes, or High-Tech comes into play.
Yeah.
Because I think Red Bull are starting to look at moving away from the sister team, starting to look at maybe offloading it, because, I mean, it does cost them a lot of money.
Yeah, I suppose, of course, their sister team, AlphaTauri, has been their little... You guys go try something, and then we'll base our own development off of that as a result. So it's quite beneficial for teams to have those smaller teams underneath them. Mercedes has Williams, and you've got Red Bull with AlphaTauri, of course. So
I think the biggest benefit, though, for teams is to put their junior drivers in. That's certainly where, if Red Bull did have to step away from AlphaTauri, or High-Tech as it could be named, it could be a bit of a disappointment for them, because they don't have that place to put those junior drivers and give them a seat in Formula One. And it does just open them up to the risk of having a lot more of their drivers being poached by other teams.
Yeah. So that's our speculation, at least. There's no coincidence, I don't think, that High-Tech go and announce they're going to be joining Formula One. And then in the same week, AlphaTauri announces they're going to be having a name change and a restructuring from 2024 onwards. So one assumes it's going to be building up towards High-Tech taking over that team there. But yeah, that's big news, though, because, of course, that's Yuki Tsunoda and... Nick de Vries. I say Nick de Vries as if it's going to affect him too much. I think he's got bigger things to worry about right now in his future. But
massively, yeah.
They've got to worry about what's going to be happening with their team, because restructuring can be many, many things, of course. So that's the one piece of news there that's relatively significant. Reese, you've got some more?
Yes, well, I've got an article here just saying, this is from the Mirror, saying Mercedes to spring Lewis Hamilton's surprise at Austrian Grand Prix in a warning to Max Verstappen.
Oh, I wish.
Whether we can take that with a grain of salt, I think so. Well, people are just saying, yeah, at a circuit which bears the name and boasting a 100% record so far in 2023, Red Bull will certainly be wanting to take the win again here at their home circuit, the Red Bull Ring. But not everyone thinks that the Austrian Grand Prix will be another procession for Max Verstappen. Red Bull have won every race so far this season. More than that, they have generally done so with ease. The RB19 has been well ahead of the rest of the grid. At the same time, that can't be said for Verstappen's teammate Sergio Perez, who's been struggling to keep up with him for the past few races. But going back on to Lewis Hamilton, just trying to find where they actually speak about him because they're waffling a little bit here. Just saying Austria could be an exciting race because the teams are getting more competitive and balanced. If it rains, a lot of things can change. We could have a surprise from Mercedes because it looks like Lewis is coming back. Lewis certainly does seem like he is getting a bit more comfortable with his car. He seems a lot more happy with these new upgrades. Car's looking a lot more competitive as well. They're still quite far off of Red Bull in the dry. But as Toto Wolff said, I mean, the representative from Mercedes said, it could throw a bit of a span in the works with the rain because rain is predicted the entire weekend, Mark.
Yeah, and I mean, rain, of course, you know, we saw in Canada what it can do with regards to rain and qualifying and otherwise. We saw some ridiculous things there, and unfortunately, you've closed the article. I was going to read one small thing from it, but it's fine. But, you know, and somebody's going and saying not only is, of course, the rain going to throw a span in the works, the fact that Mercedes and Toto will have announced that they're bringing more upgrades to the car that's already been significantly upgraded to the point where suddenly it's become a lot more competitive. They're bringing even more upgrades and major upgrades, they say, to both Austria and Silverstone, of course, next week. So Mercedes could be a much more competitive team, and perhaps Red Bull do really need to wash their backs, because not only that, you speak about another team, Aston Martin, who thought they had a brakes issue with Alonso in Canada, and as a result, he dropped off of Verstappen, even though Alonso asked, you know, I reckon I can win this race, and then they said, no, you have to continue to lift and coast. They discovered afterwards, of course, the brake issue wasn't there at all. So who knows how close that Aston Martin and the Red Bull could have actually got in Canada. It could have been a very, very interesting race there. And if that's saying the pace of Aston Martin is actually a hell of a lot closer to Red Bull than we thought, and now Mercedes is bringing upgrades.
Same engine.
It could be a very, very close Austria Grand Prix. And for all that it's in their home backyard, you know, of course, Red Bull, this is the Red Bull circuit. You know, they might actually have probably the biggest fight of the whole season at home where they thought it might be easiest.
I mean, it will make it great for us to watch. But yeah, speaking of upgrades, though, coming to teams, you did say Mercedes has teased a bit of an upgrade coming towards this race weekend. Lando Norris and McLaren, I almost said Mercedes there. McLaren are bringing some upgrades, but only for one of the cars. So Lando Norris will be the only driver receiving upgrades for his McLaren car this race weekend, as they are splitting the upgrades between now and the Silverstone Grand Prix to see whether they work, of course, as well as it's part of the cost cap. It's just so expensive to bring and expedite upgrades towards races. So they've been able to finish one of the car's upgrades for this race weekend, and they weren't able to finish Oscars, so they're going to be bringing that next weekend. Hopefully they will bring some big gains though for the McLaren. They seem to be very, very fast in qualifying. That's certainly been a very big surprise.
Their qualifying time has significantly increased since the beginning of the season. The problem is their race pace and their race strategy still seems to let them down on a consistent basis, but they're not as doom and gloom as they used to be, but they're still so far off where they probably should be.
Yes, I mean, they are still very far off of where we would expect them to be. Just a bit of an explanation here from McLaren, just saying the Austria split in upgrades, bringing the upgrades, is so that McLaren can have a major part of the upgrade plus spares available this weekend. As the Austrian Grand Prix is a sprint weekend, parc fermé restrictions set in much earlier. any change to the specifications from qualifying onwards would mean pit lane starts for both the sprint race on Saturday and Sunday's Grand Prix. If McLaren split the parts that are available across the two cars, it would risk an extremely costly penalty should anything get damaged. So, I mean, it makes sense for the McLarens to split that strategy or to split those upgrades between the two cars, just to mitigate risk a little bit more than anything else. But we'll have to wait and see if these upgrades do bring a lot more potential to that McLaren suit.
Yeah, and the last bit of upgrades for a team we've not talked about, and again, every week we go, and the team we haven't really talked about because everyone just seems to somehow forget about them because of how dreadful they've been, and that is the most historic team, the most talked about supposedly team in Formula One.
Winning team at the Austrian Grand Prix.
Well, at almost every Grand Prix they've got the most wins because it is, of course, Ferrari. And but they're also bringing upgrades this weekend. Problem is that we've seen this before from Ferrari, so we're going, don't think it's going to do much. But anyway, Sainz has thanked his Ferrari workforce, well, not his Ferrari workforce, but rather the Ferrari workforce, for the incredible effort, in quotes, of course, by Sainz, to bring updates to Austria, as Leclerc notes, steps in the right direction. Well, that's hard to come by for Ferrari. So I've got an article here, and it's from the Formula One site here. It says, Carlos Sainz has said that he cannot thank enough the Ferrari employees who worked around the clock to get upgrades in place for this week's Austrian Grand Prix as the team looks to make gains on their rivals. Ferrari set fourth in the Constructors' Championships, of course, behind Red Bull, Mercedes and Aston Martin, who we've all talked about, after a mixed start in the 2023 campaign. Mixed is putting it lightly. With Sainz,
the way I'd put it.
With Sainz highlighting high tire degradation. So sorry.
I'm not
Tongue
even reading
twisted.
the article
And a lack of performance in high-speed corners as the SF23's main issues. However, there were signs of the tyres front last time out in Canada, where the Ferrari drivers bounced back from a challenging qualifying session to claim a solid haul of points in P4 and P5. Not a bad race for them at all. Still wasn't quite challenging anywhere near the top. They were far off, but a much better bit of strategy for once as well. In Austria, their efforts are set to be bolstered by a batch of developments that Sainz hopes will yield another step in the right direction for the famous Italian marquee team. The team back in Maranello have done an incredible effort to bring them forward to this race, he said, paying tribute to their hard work. I cannot thank them enough for all the people back there, for the extra hours that everyone has put in for these parts to arrive. It's been a huge effort by everyone, and from here I want to congratulate them and tell them that we are going to do our best to make them work well, and hopefully they are all worth it and can be competitive this weekend. Now, the upgrades that they've brought, we don't actually know. They haven't specified, so
we're still also waiting for any pictures leaked. Well, I've seen a few wings today on Twitter, but that's about it. It does look like people are bringing quite high downforce wings. Alpine and Aston Martin seem to have wings that are very similar. Red Bull with their high downforce wing that they've had most of the season, though. Interesting though to look at some of the different design changes. McLaren have changed the profile of their side pods. Sorry, we are moving away from Ferrari again, once as per usual. But yeah, McLaren's upgrades seem to be very, very familiar with the likes of Mercedes and Aston Martin. It's a bit of a split between those two teams. It's got very Aston Martin-esque side pods, but also the Mercedes-esque cutouts or dugouts in those side pods as well. It's interesting to see how other teams are starting to kind of see where the best setup is, and they're all starting to go in a very similar direction at the moment with their designs.
So lots of upgrades, of course, coming for Austria from all the big teams, and some of those upgrades will continue on into Silverstone next week. But otherwise, guys, that is the Austrian Grand Prix preview. It's going to be a very, very exciting race weekend. Of course, you can join us here on Forever Motorsports, on Forever Sports Live for all of the sessions. Me and Reese will take you through those. Of course, the sprint race weekend, so an even more exciting weekend, so don't go anywhere. And of course, whilst we leave you here, be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, turn on all notifications, comment down below what you think is going to happen in the race, and we will of course see you this weekend. Reese, any final thoughts?
Well, just before we do get started in this race weekend, I'm going to ask for your predictions.
Oh dear. Predictions, here we go.
So you've got 4 sets of predictions for me this weekend.
I've got how many?
4.
4 sets of predictions. Okay, we're going.
Qualifying.
Qualifying.
Sprint qualifying.
Oh, okay.
Sprint and race.
Cannot keep the qualifying the same as the sprint qualifying.
No.
Okay.
qualifying itself, because it's a short thing, it's going to test the drivers that have been there a little
Well,
bit
it's a
more
normal
often.
standard.
No, I'm just saying, but they've
But
only
they've
had
only
one
had
practice session.
one session,
So
yeah.
I'm going to go Max Verstappen 1. I'm going to go Fernando Alonso 2. And I'm going to go Lewis Hamilton 3. Then for the qualifying for the sprint shootout, I'm going to say Max Verstappen 1, Fernando Alonso 2, Charles Leclerc 3. Just because I reckon Ferrari will somehow do something there. In the shootout itself, I'm going to say a Max Verstappen 1. I'm going to say Fernando Alonso 2. And I'm going to say it's Ferrari. They'll probably crash. George Russell in 3.
Interesting.
And then I'm going to say for the race itself,
Max
Verstappen 1, Fernando Alonso 2,
yes.
and Lewis Hamilton 3.
Okay.
Your predictions, same thing. Go
Pretty much
quickly.
very similar. So I'm going to say qualifying 1, Max Verstappen 1, Fernando Alonso 2nd, and Carlos Sainz 3rd.
Okay.
Then sprint qualifying will be Max Verstappen number 1. I'm going to say also Fernando Alonso 2nd, and then maybe Hamilton 3rd, because they're going to need a little bit of time to get to the bottom of their new upgrades. Then sprint, I'm going to say Max Verstappen winning the race. Maybe Lewis Hamilton taking 2nd.
So Fernando Alonso doesn't hold on to it.
And Alonso in 3rd. And then I think Alonso's and the Aston Martins are going to be a bit stronger in the race than the sprint. Because Mercedes seems to be struggling still a little bit with degradation. So I'm going to say Verstappen 1st, Alonso 2nd, then Perez 3rd if he does come to this race weekend.
I'm sure he probably will do. But otherwise, yes, we could see a potential new driver on the grid. Well, that's not new, but a different driver
yes.
on the grid for Austria. But guys, otherwise, thank you so much for watching Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. I've been Mark, Reese has been Reese, and we, of course, will check you in the race weekend as it comes. Thank you so much for watching. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for this, the Austrian Grand Prix Practice 1. And glad to have you all here on stream. If you guys are joining us and you're new, be sure to subscribe to the channel. We will be bringing you live coverage the entire weekend, of course. This is going to be a sprint weekend in Austria here. So we're going to have Practice 1 now. We're then going to have qualifying for the race later today. And then we will have the sprint shootout tomorrow morning. And then the sprint itself tomorrow afternoon, and then obviously the race on Sunday. So a very exciting race weekend we've got in store here in Formula One, and you can catch it, as I say, all here on Forever Motorsports. And we are very, very glad to have this weekend sponsored by our partner, and that is Bitdefender. And I'm just going to get a little thing about Bitdefender here. So we are partnered, of course, with Bitdefender now, and Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attack to transform and improve their digital experience. With Bitdefender Total Security, you can protect up to 5 devices, whether it be Windows, macOS, Android, and iOS. Bitdefender has you covered with unbeatable threat detection against malware, spyware, and adware, and it does this without slowing down any of your devices. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's Total Security, then please click on the link in the description and in the chat. A big thank you to Bitdefender for supporting the channel and sponsoring this weekend's Austrian Grand Prix. So, yeah, thanks once again to Bitdefender. Be sure to go check them out. We do indeed use them. I've used them before, actually. Very, very good malware protector and otherwise. So be sure to go check them out. And again, thank you so much for sponsoring. Because of their sponsorship, they allow us to do these weekends. And Reese will be joining me very, very shortly. He's currently getting back from work. So hence there's an open gap somewhere over here that will be filled by Reese as we go through the race. So let us know in the comments, what are your predictions for this race weekend in total? Who's gonna show up, basically? You know, are Red Bull going to run away with it again? Or are we going to see Ferrari maybe come back a bit? You know, they had quite a good comeback in Canada, came out of nowhere, launched themselves into P4 and 5 after starting in P11 and 10. So that was quite a good race weekend for them, of course. They still looked a little bit slow compared to the other teams, but much further up than where they've been recently. So that was a good bounce back, and they weren't expecting a bounce back then, and they seem to be expecting a bounce back this weekend. So could Ferrari have something up their sleeves? Mercedes, of course, said they're bringing big upgrade packages to this weekend and next weekend in Silverstone. So Mercedes are one to watch. Aston Martin, of course, could have been a lot quicker in Canada than we saw from Fernando Alonso. They thought they had a brake issue. They didn't. And if they hadn't had that brake issue, Fernando Alonso reckons they could have actually challenged Max Verstappen for that first place in Canada. So we've got a whole lot of teams bringing some more upgrades. Lots of talk about what could possibly happen this weekend. So it probably could be the closest weekend we've had all season. Sergio Perez, of course, was in the news, rumored to be sick. He is spotted out there on the track, so he will, in fact, be taking part in this practice. So no time for Danny Rick or the other reserve driver of Red Bull there. So unfortunately, we won't see other drivers there, but Sergio Perez is recovered, or has recovered enough at least. Still looks a little bit sick, but has recovered enough to take part in practice 1 today, and of course then qualifying later. And yeah, let me know in the comments again, guys, who do you support? Go and participate in our poll. Check out the channel. Otherwise, be sure to subscribe, turn on the notifications, and yeah, let's get on into practice 1. It gets going in just about 7 minutes time, so it should maybe even a little bit less. But yes, so we're getting close to going, and yeah, I mean, Canada, let's just talk about Canada quickly. I mean, we had Fernando Alonso finish in second. There's a 9-second gap odd to Max Verstappen in first place. And Max Verstappen, of course, could have gone quicker. Maybe, we don't know. You know, he didn't necessarily have to go quicker, so we don't know how much faster the Red Bull actually is than the Aston Martin. But the Aston Martin was losing about 0.2 to 0.3 seconds per lap, just trying to nurse what they thought was a rear brake issue on Fernando Alonso's car. And after the race, they went and saw that there was actually no data at all that supported that. It was just a malfunction on the system. So Fernando Alonso could have pushed a lot more and potentially have challenged Max Verstappen near the top there. And that's great news for all of us F1 fans, of course, because if Aston Martin are somewhat stronger than what they were in Canada, where they were still, with Alonso at least, so quick, maybe they can truly challenge Red Bull this weekend. The track isn't actually that favorable for a Red Bull setup. Not to say that it's not meaning that Red Bull aren't going to win. They probably likely are. Still the strongest car on the circuit by quite some distance. But the track doesn't suit the Red Bull car necessarily down to the T. What it should suit, though, is Ferrari. It's really made for Ferrari, this track. Ferrari's car suits this track quite well. Hopefully, we'll see something from them. Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz quietly optimistic about the weekend. And, you know, I don't ever want to get optimistic about Ferrari because every time we do, they disappoint us and they're shocking and otherwise. But, you know, maybe they can pull something out of the fire and get some podium places or otherwise surprise us in other ways. Big weekends for the smaller teams as well. We've seen how that's really starting to form a bit of a challenge there in the midfield. Alpine really starting to strut their stuff and show their way in Formula One. Williams' Alex Albon, of course, got a drive of the weekend in Canada, or drive of the day, at least for the Canadian Grand Prix. He was unbelievable in that race there. Could he do something here in Austria? Yet to be known. So we'll find out if that does indeed happen. Also, all eyes will be on those smaller drivers, the ones really struggling so far this season. The likes of Nick de Vries, Logan Sargeant are going to be coming under lots of fire over the next 2 weekends because, of course, we've then got that break in August. We've got about a 3.5-week, 4-week break in August from Silverstone. Well, sorry, not from Silverstone, but of course, until we get to the last Grand Prix in August there. And we might well be seeing some changes in drivers if they're really still not able to perform. We've got people waiting in the wings. We know that Toto Wolff is very much pushing in the background to get Mick Schumacher back into a seat in Formula One. He's hopefully going to get him into a Williams there. So Logan Sargeant, certainly one of the two out of him and Nick de Vries that's seriously under fire, needs to perform this weekend. And if he should come up last again, that's going to be a huge problems for himself, of course. And Williams might be forced into a change in driver. However, he is, of course, an American driver. That is the one thing that's keeping him a little bit afloat. A lot of American fans now due to Drive to Survive. And we've still got 2 American races left. They still probably want a home driver. But Nick de Vries, Logan Sargeant, all eyes on them. Because, if they don't perform in these next couple of weekends, they do very much come under threat of being replaced by quicker drivers that are waiting in the backgrounds, the likes of Daniel Ricciardo, perhaps Mick Schumacher, and or maybe even some junior drivers. So I doubt the junior drivers, but very much the other drivers, at least, that I mentioned there. The weather conditions here in Austria, very much clear, very dry, and we're looking relatively good. Yeah, clear, 26 degrees Celsius, 45 degrees Celsius track temperature due to, of course, F2 and F3 happening this weekend, and sitting at 38% humidity. So we're not looking at any rain. for this session at least, but for much of the race weekend, there is a little bit of predicted rain. That could, of course, be a huge benefit to other teams and could cause a lot of upsets lower in the field. I do see that my fellow co-commentator is slowly but surely making his way into the screen. He will join us, of course. And just looking at the crowds now in Austria, lots of orange, of course. The Dutch Orange Army there out in full support of Max Verstappen and Red Bull. This is the Red Bull Ring, so it's expected to have lots of Red Bull fans. A beautiful track. This is, of course, set just in the valley of the mountains and in all the greenery and all the trees around. It's a beautiful racetrack. So quite some stunning scenes that we come and we get. It's a little bit more rare than some of our races we've had earlier. Of course, Reese has just joined me in the thing, and he will go and join in and otherwise. But as I say, it's quite a bit of a different scene to most of the tracks in the Canada. We don't see a whole lot of buildings. We just see forests, basically, and greenery, and then this track that just comes out into the valley, and it's absolutely beautiful. And we do see now that we are very close to practice one starting. Just 1 minute left, and drivers are in their cars. Max Verstappen looking very much in control. Reese, hello. What are you looking forward to in today's practice one session?
Yes, looking very forward to this practice session. Of course, we only have a single practice session this race weekend. It really should just throw a big spanner into the works, only having a single practice session. Also, a lot of teams bringing big upgrades this weekend. So once again, could throw a big spanner into the works, especially with McLaren. Lando Norris, I saw, was being asked yesterday, as we do see now, Lewis Hamilton leaving the garage. We saw yesterday during just some of the press interviews where Lando Norris was asked, is it a bit of a risk bringing these upgrades here this weekend? Because, of course, if they get it wrong, he's really going to be quite far off the pace. I mean, they have one practice session to get to grips with their new upgrades, and that's it. I mean, it's very risky. Of course, Oscar Piastri isn't taking those upgrades this race weekend. It is only Lando Norris and that McLaren taking the upgrades. They are splitting the upgrade package between now and Silverstone just to allow to have parts for Lando's car if anything should happen between today and tomorrow's sprint race. Of course, tomorrow, as well as sprint qualifying in the morning. It's going to be a jam-packed weekend.
Yeah, F2, F3, sprint race weekend, everything's happening. And of course, you can catch it all here on Forever Motorsports, on Forever Sports. And again, be sure to go check out our channel partner, as we do have practice session 1 underway. We have just begun practice session 1. And again, go check out our channel partner, Bitdefender. Great company there that can help you with malware and other antivirus software, etc. Protects your devices. Go check out Bitdefender in the chat section, as well as the description of the video.
Yes, very much a big thank you to Bitdefender, who will be bringing you this entire Grand Prix weekend. Thank you very much from them. We will let you know a bit more about them, though, throughout the weekend, of course. We do have a bunch of cars out on track. I think almost everyone is getting out onto track at the moment. That people will be trying to get as much data from this morning session as possible, because they only have this session to set up their cars, because they have qualifying later this afternoon. Yeah. Qualifying not just for the sprint race, but even more importantly for the race on Sunday. So
yeah, yes. So it's very much a jam-packed practice session. We're going to see a whole lot of drivers make their way out into the track, and I don't think you're going to see them come into the pits for very long at all. Everybody pretty much out on track already. And we do have a couple of regulars joining us in the chats. We've got Joel Simon there saying good morning. A couple of people saying, go Aston Martin, let's go. We're going into the race weekend, of course. Marion van Triest there saying, hi, Mark and Reese, nice to see you too. Nice to have you in the chat as well. Verstappen's on the radio. Reese will let us know what he's saying, or otherwise what's
just
happening.
Doing radio checks. Nothing too exciting at the moment, but yeah.
So, you know, we're going about it, and we're just chatting.
Me, or do those photographers look very close to the track?
Yeah, they're fine.
Interesting.
They're fine. Yeah, so we've got 58 minutes of the session left. And, you know, predict for us now the sort of data that we might well expect. Are we going to see Red Bull dominance yet again, or are we going to see people get much closer to those Red Bull times?
This is a tricky track. Red Bull have been extremely dominant at it in the past. It is their home track, of course. They seem to do very well. It's a high downforce track. We could see a bit of a shake-up with the other teams, of course, trying to try something different with their cars. They may be able to just find some extra pace here. We still haven't seen the Mercedes at a high downforce circuit, as Max Verstappen is now coming up to the end of his hot lap, just passing a couple of back markers there, but still looking quite fast at the moment. First and second sectors with purple at the moment for Max Verstappen. Let's see what he does now coming around the penultimate corner. He finishes with a 1 minute 8.094. It's a very fast lap time on a set of hards at the moment from Max Verstappen.
Yeah, so Max Verstappen setting the first proper fast lap of the day, a 108. We've seen the track record here as a 104.
104, 105. I
yeah,
think it was
it's
very
around about
close.
104 point, I think 7 or whatever it was. But either way, I do imagine we'll see probably full qualifying later, and in the session we'll probably see some 106s. I
think we'll get some. So already, clearly, everyone is running their race sims at the moment, as we see pretty much everyone out on a set of hards. The race should be similar conditions to what we're having at the moment. I think it's a little bit late on Sunday, but it's still a bit of an and ah, because there's a lot of rain predicted for this weekend. So whether they're going to even be able to use all of this race data, we're going to have to wait and see. As Charles Leclerc is now coming up to finish his next hot lap. Sergio Perez, though, has put himself up ahead of Max Verstappen. I wasn't here for the morning, but of course, Sergio Perez is here out on track. He has been able to recover from his illness. Glad to see, though, that he is back in the car. Let's hope he will be able to make some gains this weekend, because he has been a little bit off the pace of Max Verstappen, a little bit of floor rubbing for Lewis Hamilton over the curbs there. These curbs here at Austria are extremely, extremely aggressive. We've seen in the past how drivers have been told to avoid the curbs, Mark, because it has caused breaking of suspension before even.
Yeah. I mean, nice thing about this track is that the risk of crashing isn't too high. It's very, very wide track, of course. It's a proper race track, so lots of runoff area and lots of space for the people to get out of the way of each other. Hopefully lots of space for overtaking. We do see, and they were chatting about it earlier, of course, that a small mistake on this track can very much be punished. It's very easy to punish drivers for a mistake on this track. It does carry through. There are, I believe, 3 DRS zones on this track, as the start, main, finish straight, the second one, and then the third. So 3 DRS zones, of course.
And they all follow each other.
And they all follow on from each other. So certainly if you get close to a car coming down the main straight, the likelihood of being able to use DRS to overtake is huge.
Yes, so this Austrian track does have a new layout. We're not using it, but they have been using it. If we're following at the moment down this long second straight, there's a bit of there. We're passing it now. They've just added a small chicane, but that is for the motorbikes. It's for MotoGP, because they had that massive crash, I think it was 2 years ago, into turn 3. But now they have added a little bit of that chicane. Formula One doesn't use it. Maybe we should use it in the future.
Nah, I think we want more straights. It means more overtaking. I don't feel.
But I don't want to see manufactured overtakes. I want to see genuine, real overtakes. I don't want to see overtakes that have been manufactured by DRS zones after each other. That's boring. We want to see people fighting.
It's true. Obviously, we do want to see people fighting. And speaking of fighting, we're watching right now one of the best fighters in the game. That is Fernando Alonso, going around trying to set his first real fast time here. Max Verstappen has just taken first place again, a 107.1. Alonso has been going around a little bit quicker than Perez, at least, so he might well move into second, as we do see his teammate Lance Stroll moves into third, just 0.6 seconds behind Verstappen right now. And Alonso across the line, and I do see that he goes into 107 territory, 107.4, so just 0.3 seconds behind Verstappen. It is interesting to note, of course, both Aston Martins are running medium tires and both Red Bulls running the hard tire compound. So
yes, I did say I thought everyone would go out on a set of hards, but at the moment it does look a little bit split. Hamilton, though, has now set the fastest first sector, personal best middle sector. Let's see what he can do. Comes across the line.
All the way down in
puts himself in third, but Hamilton is still in 8th. He hasn't crossed the line just yet. Coming through the final corner now, and he puts himself up now. DRS wide open into third. Good lap time from Sergio.
Very good lap time. Just under 0.1 seconds behind Sergio Perez.
Sergio Perez has taken that fastest lap time again.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the opening 7 minutes. We're going to see these lap times tumble. I do reckon we're going to see some 106s, maybe even some sub 106s, so some 105s today. So that'll be great to watch. Just watching Esteban Ocon here.
He took the curbs there quite a lot, though. That would have slowed him down, as we see
Fernando Alonso also
going out of track limits there.
So these track times will be, of course, they'll stay for practice, because I don't think they remove them for practice, but obviously in their own data, they'll know that track time won't stand in a qualifying session. So they've got to be careful of that. And I do think, if I remember correctly, this track was one that got into some serious trouble last year for track limits. And we saw so many black and white flags in that race weekend, and everybody was complaining about it. And that was also where Max Verstappen lost his mind, and Lewis Hamilton lost his mind, kept saying track limits for this person, track limits for that person. I do remember track limits being quite a big thing. I'm fairly certain, at least, it was in Austria, and it was especially this last turn here. We do see drivers take it very wide to get as much speed coming down that main straight.
Yes, well, it is a very, very tight circuit. But I mean, you're a Formula One driver. You are performing at the best of your level. You should be able to stick within track limits, as we do see Mick Schumacher in that Mercedes garage at the moment. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to stay within track limits. It's so easily defined here by the white line around the circuit. If you have all 4 tires over that white line, your track time's deleted. I'm sorry, but that's only fair. Because if one driver does it, then it has to be applied to all the other drivers.
My word. Just watching Valtteri Bottas there, just coming over a curb, was all in control, and then suddenly saw the floor bottom out onto the curb and pretty much just not spun his car, but really pushed his car out of control. Suddenly he was weaving left and right, and he had to go and take an exit road. They're watching now a replay here of, I believe this is Yuki Tsunoda indeed, and he just locks up badly into, I think that's turn 4. Before that DRS zone starts. So, Yuki Tsunoda and locking up his tires is quite a match made in heaven these days.
We're seeing this gosh, I've come late and I'm really struggling now to commentate. But we're seeing this track evolve quite quickly here. Max Verstappen has once again improved on Sergio Perez's time. Those two are really fighting it out at the moment for that top time. Max Verstappen now finally breaking that 1 minute 7 second barrier. He is now the first driver of this weekend into the 106s, 106.961 for Max Verstappen. Interesting to hear from someone here in the comments just saying the final 2 turns are where they get into trouble with track limits. That is certainly where we see it the most, into that final sector. It is extremely, extremely tricky. We also see it here where Valtteri Bottas is going at the moment in the middle sector in turn 7 and 8.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So we've currently got a whole lot of times happening right now. The 2 Williams are the only ones that have not got lap times. They're still in the pits, so it's a bit of an odd one that both Williams are still in the pits right now when you've got only one session to go. So both Logan Sargeant and Alex Albon yet to put any times on the board, as we've only got 50 minutes left of any form of practicing for this weekend left. So they do want to make sure they can get out as quickly as possible. And if you guys are joining us for the first time, be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, turn on notifications, and comment down below who you're supporting this weekend and what do you make of the Austrian Grand Prix. What's going to happen?
Yes, it should be a very, very exciting weekend. As you see, Fernando Alonso now putting in some purple sectors, coming through turn 8 at the moment, looking very, very fast. He should put in quite a good lap time here. He is on a set of mediums, though. The 2 Red Bulls on a set of hards. Hamilton also in the Mercedes on a set of hards. The majority of the rest of the grid are all on mediums, except for Leclerc, Sainz, and Alonso now does go fastest. Brilliant from Fernando Alonso. 0.3 seconds up on Max Verstappen's fastest time of the day so far. 106.656.
Yeah, and interesting to know, just good to point out that he is on mediums, of course. Max Verstappen's now into the pits, and I imagine he won't stay there long. He'll probably switch on to either medium tire to try and get some medium tire running, or otherwise they're just going to check a bit of data that they've seen and then go make some adjustments based off of the data they've seen as we do enter the last 50 minutes here. So
you would expect them to be quite comfortable at the moment, only 0.3 seconds off of the Aston Martins on a set of hards. They certainly seem to be quite comfy out there. But I mean, if they can make any improvements, I'm sure they'll try.
This is Red Bull. This is what they're going to do. Hamilton goes second fastest on hards as well. So the same set as the Red Bulls.
This track really is ramping up quite quickly here. It often does. I mean, we haven't had running. I think there was some Formula 3 and Formula 2 running this morning, but first Formula 1 running of the day. So they will be putting down some rubber very quickly. We see Hamilton, though, into turn 6, just getting a little bit wide there over the curbs, but still able to keep the car on track. We have Sergio Perez ramping up, or it looks like he's actually finishing another hot lap, bit down in his middle sector, but up on his personal best in the first sector.
Yeah, and of course, it's a huge weekend for Sergio Perez, who was looking to restart his Grand Prix season in Canada and really, really struggled to do anything there. And now we're going to see him coming into this weekend trying to do something. We haven't seen Sergio Perez fighting near the top for quite some time, so very important that he does well this weekend.
Well, I mean, Perez wanted to take the title fight to Max Verstappen, and I mean, so far this season, he's really just been off the pace. I mean, sure, there's a few races where he has shown his potential, likes of Saudi. And I'm trying to think of another one, but I mean, he was fast then, but it's just not seemed to be able to take the fight to Max Verstappen. Verstappen is back out on track. He did not change those tires. He is still on a set of hards. He probably did make a little wing adjustment or something, but he is now ramping up to start another hot lap. Yeah, I mean, I'm very disappointed to see Perez not being able to take the fight to Max Verstappen. I was really looking forward to an inter-team battle this year with the reminiscing on Vettel and who was it now that was fighting with Vettel? Mark Webber. Back in the day, I was really hoping to get another inter-team battle like that, where it just puts a lot of pressure on Red Bull in the back rooms and on the pit wall. I mean, it makes it very exciting for us. I mean, I don't know if you remember watching Vettel versus Webber. That was so exciting back in the past, but yeah, I was hoping to get that, but unfortunately, none of that happening at the moment.
Yeah, the two also got into lots of fights, and there was a lot of infighting at Red Bull when Mark Webber and Sebastian Vettel were there. And we did see similar sort of things, to be fair, with regards to Nico Rosberg and Hamilton and Mercedes,
yes, of course. But we want to see it again. It's always so exciting to see inter-team battles and just a bit of conflict in the team. I mean, it makes it exciting for us watching at home.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, if you guys are seeing the map is not quite working, it's not us. It's currently down on all systems. Max Verstappen just goes quickest there at 106.59, just 0.05 seconds up on Alonso's time. Alonso is now in the pits, and they'll be making some adjustments of their own. And of course, Aston Martin, I'm very keen to see what they can do this weekend, because they shouldn't have been as far off the Red Bulls in Canada. And hopefully the Aston Martins are actually very much close to that Red Bull time.
Do you know what's very interesting? I was watching, of course, in our group chat earlier today at the visuals that our team put together for the Constructors' Championship. The AlphaTauris are all the way at the back of the Constructors at the moment. That is down to the fact that Albon is having such a good season in that Williams and has been able to score points quite religiously. And he is really just pulling that team at the moment. His shoulders must be quite sore from supporting Williams, but doing a brilliant job being able to beat those AlphaTauris and bring that Williams, which is a backmarker car. It is so underdeveloped by a massive margin compared to the other teams. Oh, big moment from Charles Leclerc, just a bit of a snap into turn 10, the final corner on the track, just going wide there. Unfortunately, that will bring an end. Esteban Ocon doing the exact same thing, though, as Charles Leclerc there.
Yeah, so it's interesting we were talking about the Williams, the fact that Alex Albon's doing quite well in that Williams, regarding the fact that the car is not as good as everything else on the grid. Just watching Grand Prix, they're getting very close to, I think that was an AlphaTauri car. That was a Merc, actually, indeed. He said he blocked him. So Joe just on the radio saying that. But otherwise, both Williams, though, we're speaking about them and Alex Albon doing half decently, still haven't come out of the garage. I mean, 15 minutes into the session. We've only got 44 minutes left. So I do have to wonder, as Hamilton's now put a fastest purple sector in Sector 1. So watch this lap with a lot of interest now.
Mercedes also have a lot of upgrades here this weekend. So they certainly seem to be looking quite strong already into the session. I mean, of course, you can't take it with too much. I mean, it's practice one still. We have qualifying, though, later this afternoon, which should be very, very exciting. Please do join us for that session. What time is qualifying, Mark?
I have no idea, but it's not. It's about.
I think it's about 3 o'clock.
I think it's 5 or 5.
I think it's 3 because we have, or maybe 4 o'clock because normally we have 2 hours.
No, because we've got F3 and we've got F2. So it's at 5 o'clock. I think it is. Anyway, put it this way: it's about 2.5 to 3 hours after the session ends that we'll have qualifying for the race on Sunday. And we've got quite a lot of people in the pits right now making those adjustments. So whilst we do have a break in a little bit of coverage, we just want to remind you that this weekend's coverage is sponsored by the global leader in cybersecurity, and that is Bitdefender.
Sponsors of Ferrari, may I add?
Sorry?
Sponsors of Ferrari.
Yes, sponsors of Ferrari. So we're very glad to be associated with such a well, I suppose I was going to say a very, very top team, but if Ferrari could improve to our levels of standard, then we'll be fine. But yeah, Bitdefender's unbeatable multi-layered protection keeps your devices safe from all new and existing cyber threats. Bitdefender reacts instantly to online threats with no compromise to your system's performance. All this while taking care of your online privacy and personal information. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's total security, then please click on the links in the description or in the chat. And we were talking about Williams earlier, with regards to they're not coming out on the track yet. We do now see Logan Sargeant making his way out with a lot of luminescent paint on the side there for
I think they
aerodynamics.
finally brought the upgrade package to Logan Sargent's car. Just listening in on Max Verstappen saying something is hanging loose from the right rear end plate. I don't know exactly what it is. That's very interesting that he was able to spot that in the car. I mean, just shows he's really just performing at such a high level that he still has so much brake capacity to look at other things. I mean, we've seen him at other races listening in on the radio that he could hear Helmut Marko's cell phone ringing. And the fact that he even knew it was Helmut Marko's cell phone while he's going around during a race. I mean, yeah, it's just looking a little bit too easy for Max Verstappen. We were asked in the comment section, what tire did Max set his fastest lap time on? He is on a set of hards. He's currently in the pits, probably doing some setup changes. But yes, Max Verstappen was able to set his fastest time on a set of hards. Alonso in second with a set of mediums. Hamilton third with a set of hards. Perez fourth with also a set of hards. Tsunoda has just moved himself up into P5 with a set of mediums. We should see a couple drivers getting back out on track very soon. We do have Lando Norris in the pits at the moment with that newly upgraded McLaren.
Yeah, and indeed, and somebody pointed out in the comments as well, as we're going to go to it now, is the fact that Yuki Tsunoda is all the way up into fifth with that AlphaTauri there, just 0.5 seconds off of Verstappen's time. He's on mediums.
Yes, and he has just put that lap time in.
But he has just put that lap time in, so very good lap there from Yuki Tsunoda. But as we say, the track will develop over the course of the session, and we'll probably see these lap times get closer towards the 105s. I do imagine we will definitely see some 105s, maybe even some 104s, given the fact that we're already in the 106s on hard tires with the Red Bull of Max Verstappen. So I imagine we'll see some sub 105s today.
Looks like Hamilton is doing some long runs here. He's certainly staying out on these hards for a very, very long time, going very wide, though, over that curb into turn 8, now approaching turn 9 and 10, the penultimate corner of this track, going wide yet again over those curbs. And again, he's going to be causing a bit of damage if he's not careful to that floor. But he does go fastest in the final sector, yellow first and second sector, then purple third sector. So, I mean, this track is evolving quite quickly, and that Mercedes is certainly doing well on high fuels.
Yeah, my only issue with that lap that Hamilton's just put in is that there's no ways that lap would stand in a qualifying session, and
but
in a race
sims.
And in a race sim, though, he would probably be given a black and white flag after a couple of those, because you're going to look at the track limits that he's going over a couple of times. He's going to get warnings for that. So they've got to try and be careful with regards to that. We're now following Lance Stroll, who has had such a disappointing season so far. We keep talking about it the whole time. Is he coming close to the line now? Let's see what sort of lap he puts in. He has gone quicker than all of his personal best so far. Moves himself into fifth position at 107.0. So still 0.6 seconds behind Hamilton and 0.4 seconds behind his teammates. So,
I mean, he's constantly so far off the pace of his teammates. I mean, you have to think for the future. If Aston Martin want to be a title contending team, they need to have 2 title contending drivers. I mean, at the moment, Lance Stroll does not seem to me like a title contending driver at all. I mean, I know we bash Lance Stroll a lot. It's nothing personal, but it's just the fact that he is not able to bring the lap times anywhere near his teammates. I mean, yeah, Fernando Alonso, I think, has only been out-qualified once by Lance Stroll, and that was in Spain, where he had damage to his floor. Lance Stroll and Lawrence Stroll, his father, really do have to start thinking towards the future for this team if they do want to contend for titles and for constructors championships, because every single point really does matter. And Lance Stroll he's fallen out of the points so many times in races, and I mean has dismal qualifyings. So you have to start thinking, are they going to swap him out? I mean, Charles Leclerc is not looking very happy at Ferrari. He might be willing to jump teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's all these sort of things we have to look at with regards to Lance Stroll. He's still out on track, and he really does need to improve this weekend, as Reece says. Lots of talk around Lance Stroll and his inability to be as good as he should be. Alex Albon, however, has just put in our first lap on softs. So he's 0.37 seconds behind Hamilton's time. Of course, Hamilton's setting the fastest time, 106.4. He's currently doing lots of tracking with regards to aerodynamics, with also that fluid paint all over his car. But he's on the softs. He's put in that lap on softs there. And yeah, I mean, not too bad for the Williams. Of course, they probably should be on softs a little bit quicker than that time there. But they do seem to be running some simulations, just seeing what's happening with the car with regards to aerodynamics. So at least they're out on track.
Yes, good to see the Williams out on track. We do see Logan Sargeant with a bunch of high-vis paint on his car. There's only 3 drivers out on track at the moment, the 2 Williams, and I think that might be
Bottas, I think
yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Bottas. I thought it was Zhou for a second, but Lance Stroll is also once again on an outlap.
Verstappen has also just come out of the pits now, so we're going to follow that as well. I'm hoping he's come out on a different set of tires so we can see what he might be able to do there.
Is Hamilton finally in the pits? Yes, he is. Hamilton has finally ended his long run, being asked in the comment section which tires Hamilton was using. He was on a set of hards, doing a very long run there. Just looking here at the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc, not any work going on his car. They were also teasing, I think, some upgrades for this weekend. Hopefully that will bring them some big gains. Not looking on the pace at all at the moment.
No, but we don't know what strategies or practice sessions they were running there.
I mean, the Mercedes were also doing high fuel runs, and Hamilton was putting in some great times. The Ferraris only down in 16th and 17th at the moment. I mean, gosh, it's not looking promising.
No, but I'm hoping that they're just reserving their full pace. Hopefully they're just trying to hide something. We did see a massive improvement in Canada, of course, so maybe we shall see some more improvements.
Setup change for the McLarens on their front suspension just being slightly adjusted there. All hands on deck there in that McLaren garage on the upgraded car of Lando Norris. Saw them just wiping off that high vis paint a little bit earlier. Interesting to see, though, how easily it comes off. I thought it would be a little bit harder, but they literally just take a bunch of towels and wipe it off, and you can't notice that it was there. The mechanics, though, are slightly green, but other than that, the rest of the car is nice and clean. Albon just getting a bit wide there and going over that sausage curb. That is very, very dangerous for the drivers this weekend if they want to keep their car intact, especially during the race. You have to be so careful of that sausage curb. If you get over there, you kind of just completely lose control of your car because you get beached on that sausage curb once, until you get off of it again, and it can cause huge damage to your floor.
Yeah, and somebody there just going and making a comment, and I would like to know if it was true. It would make a lot more sense, of course. We didn't quite see much of Ferrari going around, so it might well explain at times. Just saying that Ferraris weren't using DRS whilst doing their test simulations, whereas, of course, Merc were. So that would explain a lot. But whether or not that's true, we'll have to go and see if that is indeed a lack of pace due to the lack of DRS. But
yeah, I mean, that would certainly explain it. So that would be more... I'm trying to think of the correct word now, but it would be more indicative for their race runs if they didn't use DRS, because, of course, during the race, you don't know if you're going to use DRS every lap. So, yeah, it's certainly some good data for the Ferraris if they were out without using their DRSs. We have had Lance Stroll finishing up a lap. He is still down in P6, though. Albon is currently ahead of him with those soft tires. Stroll is on a set of medium. So
yeah, but Stroll, and the gap from Stroll to Albon is quite significant. It's 0.3 pretty much behind Albon. And Albon, of course, the top 5, much, much closer together. So Stroll needs to really get out of that, because he shouldn't be in that best of the rest category. He should be right up there near the top. And now we're following Fernando Alonso start a lap with DRS wide open. So hopefully this could be a new fastest lap here.
Yeah, we should hopefully see these lap times falling quite quickly. The track is evolving very, very quickly out here. Just some people saying, hi, new Formula One fan here. Great to have you on our stream. Thank you very much for watching alongside of us. Just asking why the practice. Yeah. Also, just looking here from Dominic saying the top speed for Ferrari is 299 kilometers an hour, while the approximate speed for the Mercedes is 313. So clearly quite a big gap between the Ferraris and Mercedes. So
yeah, DRS would make a lot of sense with regards to that, of course.
We do have both Aston Martins out at the moment, as well as both Red Bulls and both. Is that the Mercedes? I think it might be.
Well, Hamilton's still in the pits
light blue is the Williams. We have one Mercedes out on track at the moment. I think that is George Russell. Yes, it is. George Russell is out on track at the moment. We have Fernando Alonso now starting his first hot lap on the mediums. Let's see if he will
actually a second one. It's a second hot lap on the mediums.
Sorry, second hot lap. But I forgot that he set a hot lap time earlier, where everyone else was on a set of hards.
Yeah, so Fernando Alonso now going around. Just 33 minutes left of this session, so almost just half an hour. And lots of data still to come for all these drivers. And we'll see certainly some soft tire runs towards the end of the session, of course, in preparation for qualifying later today. Just seeing Sergio Perez there into turn 1, just comes a bit, loses a little bit with the rear tires. and slides
Oof,
quite
big
wide
slide
there.
from Max Verstappen. Oh, sorry,
That's from
Sergio Perez.
Yeah, so
Their helmets are so similar.
yeah, so Sergio Perez, they will just want to rectify that little mistake there, but not going to be too much of a problem. Now following George Russell go around. George Russell sitting all the way down into 15th. So he needs to put a quite quick lap.
Kind of splitting the strategy a little bit between the two Mercedes, possibly putting Russell on certainly a different setup to Hamilton and just trying to check the data, because you don't have a lot of time to correlate data here today. Albon out in the Williams yet again on a set of softs. Let's see if he is able to improve on his lap time at all. But we now have Russell starting that hot lap, a bit off of the pace at the moment, though.
Yeah, 0.8 seconds behind Hamilton in sector 1 there. So I don't think we're going to see anything particularly quick from Russell here. However, Alex Albon has set a purple first sector here. So we're probably going to see a new fastest lap if he can keep it up. Of course, he's on the soft tires. So they're already doing some qualifying runs here. In that Williams. Alex Albon goes a little bit slower in sector 2, but only just 0.12 seconds behind. Now coming into sector 3 as it comes down that long straight before coming into that final couple of turns. And let's see what sort of time he's going to put in here. It's probably going to be a bit slower than Hamilton's, I reckon, unless he can get there quickly. Let's see, 106. Yeah, a little bit slower. And it's actually slower than his fastest time. So not as quick as he probably would have liked. And that comes to the end of his qualifying sim there. And he's going to go around again. Whether or not he dives back into the pits or not is another story, but not quite as quick as I think they're hoping for that Williams on those soft tires. But now on board with Fernando Alonso on the medium tires, has put a personal best in sector 1. Or rather, he's up on Hamilton's time in sector 1. So let's see what he can do in sector 2 and sector 3. Apparently, somebody says in the comments that Reese looks a bit like Max Verstappen.
I was just trying to
have a look and just. I don't see it personally.
Well, because, I'm trying to see what their name is. Mateus said earlier in, I don't know what language it was, Portuguese, is what my translator said it was, because I was trying to translate it to see what you said, but then very kindly, you did put that into English in our chat. But yes, thank you very much for commenting on our video. Please do let us know where you all are or watching from, as well as let us know any questions that you have. Also, your predictions for this race weekend. Very exciting race weekend ahead of us.
Yeah, sorry, Verstappen on the comments here saying front tires are not really what he said.
Gripping up. Having a lot of understeer from Max Verstappen. He's currently still on his set of hards. So, I mean, that is to be expected. I think those hards have done quite a few laps at the moment. So you don't expect them after quite a few laps to rub up as quickly, because they have gone through a few heat cycles. We do have, though, Lance Stroll has now put himself back up into 6th position once again with another lap time. Not too much jostling at the moment for places. It looks like the Red Bulls are still doing some long runs.
Yeah, so we're not seeing times topple right now, seeing some slower runs being put in. So probably using this as the part of the session to try and do some race simulations. So DRS probably will be a bit of a luxury with regards to most of these cars. Seeing an Alpine here heading into lots of traffic, probably getting quite slowed down there. That's Pierre Gasly, and he's given up on his lap, and he's actually very upset, I think, with a couple of cars in front of him. He's probably going to be quite irritated about that. Got held up by not just, there was an Aston Martin there I saw that got held up, but I think it was a Merc as well got in his way, or perhaps a Williams. So Gasly there in that Alpine had to give up his lap, so he won't be very chuffed about that at all.
Just being asked a few questions here in the comment section. Why Yuki Tsunoda? Well, a question about Yuki Tsunoda saying he has that replay though for Pierre Gasly. He did get held up quite badly by Lance Stroll. Yeah, not great at all for Lance Stroll. They're just getting really in the way there. I mean, he was on the racing line, on the apex of the corner. That is so stupid there from Lance. But yeah, just carrying on with that question from Kabir Jones, just saying, as Yuki is a Honda driver and he wouldn't have gotten an F1 seat without this link, will he be moving to Aston Martin with those new... Well, I mean, there has been a lot of talk about it. He isn't necessarily a Red Bull junior driver because he has been heavily sponsored by Honda throughout his junior career. They could very much be wanting to move him across to Aston Martin.
Yeah, problem is I don't see him currently replacing Lance Stroll
or Fernando Alonso.
So I don't see that happening anytime soon. Maybe we can have the discussion in a year or a couple of years' time, but certainly not in the immediate future. Oscar Piastri now starting lap. We haven't spoken much about McLarens with their new upgrades so far, and I suppose there's a reason why. They're only sitting in 10th and 19th respectively. So yeah, Oscar Piastri needs to put in a decent weekend. He's slowly improved as the season's gone on. He's certainly raised some eyebrows for some of his performances, but still McLaren bit off the pace.
Yeah, McLaren not as strong as we were certainly hoping them to be this year. But I don't think you did cover this question. Lando Norris. Someone was asking, should Lando Norris move teams? Lando Norris is certainly one of the big drivers that a lot of people are looking forward towards the future, because he's been he's certainly shown at a few races how he does have a lot of pace and he is a good driver. So we'd expect to see him being competitive for drivers and constructors championships in the future. Red Bull were looking to sign him a few years ago. That certainly just shows the confidence in how strong he is as a driver. But unfortunately, he did decline that contract. And I mean, do you think he should have taken that contract? Because I think he should have.
Yeah, I definitely think he probably is regretting not taking that chance now, sitting in that McLaren seat. Just seeing the Alpine of Gasly, just on top of all his woes with regards to being held up, also had a bit of a problem apparently on the front left. It's got something hanging similarly to like what Max Verstappen said. We're also seeing now replay of Fernando Alonso getting a snap of oversteer into turn one, having to go and take the diving out section of the track, the runoff area. So, that's not gone well for Fernando Alonso, but we'll carry on here. A whole lot of people commenting now in the chat. Interesting to compare Leclerc and Hamilton, both on long runs at the moment. Yes, indeed. So we'll follow how that goes with regards to their lap times. We'll see that as best we can, of course.
We have a Ferrari of Charles Leclerc on an outlap. Again, he is on a set of, showing us a set of hards. Hopefully he will put on
medium tires or something else.
Medium soon, so we can get some more comparison laps from the Ferraris, because at the moment they're very far off the pace.
Yeah, and just 26 minutes left of this session. And whilst I do have your attention, I'm going to quickly talk about our channel sponsor and the sponsor for this Grand Prix weekend in Austria, and that is Bitdefender. And as Reese pointed out to me, they also do sponsor that wonderful team called Ferrari. So yes, we are associated with Ferrari. That's what we're going to take it as. But yes, so Bitdefender's total security brings major changes to the way online threats are detected and repelled. The new cyber threat intelligence technologies included can analyze and identify suspicious network-level activities and block sophisticated exploits, malware, and botnet-related URLs and brute force attacks. To learn more about Bitdefender's offering, please click on the link in the description or in the chat.
Interesting here from Dominic in the comment section saying Leclerc was slightly faster than Hamilton in the last few laps, but of course not knowing the fuel levels that they are all on. Yes, I mean, it's always very difficult to know what they're all doing in terms of their run plans. I mean, they could be on high fuel, they could be on low fuel. At the moment, it certainly looks like those Ferraris, but we certainly hope they're on very high fuel because they are so far off of the pace at the moment. But I mean, we'll have to just wait and see what happens in the next 25 minutes. Hopefully they'll reduce their fuel levels and put in some competitive lap times.
Yeah, but watching the Ferraris, of course, the DRS has not opened once. I haven't seen our DRS wing or the rear wing open once. So not having DRS in any of these runs is certainly going to affect their top speed and their lap time. So where you're seeing them in 16th and 17th right now is not a true reflection of their pace at all. And they should gain about at least a second, one hopes, before the end of the session. So towards the end, we will see some soft tire runs, and with those soft tire runs, we'll see some genuine pace being put out by all the cars and giving us a good indication of what we might expect in qualifying later.
Yes, also please don't forget that we do have qualifying for Sunday this afternoon. We have the qualifying session for Sunday today, because we do have sprint qualifying tomorrow morning and then the sprint race tomorrow. So it is a jam-packed weekend with Formula 2 and Formula 3, as well as, of course, the very exciting sprint race ahead of us. So please do make sure to join us for all of those sessions. And while I have you as well, please do like and subscribe. Also, let us know in the comment section who you are supporting. Also, don't forget to vote in that poll that we have running. The poll is who will be fastest, or sorry, who will be the best of the rest this weekend. Currently, Mercedes are leading that vote at the moment. Ooh, very, very wide from Fernando Alonso. Just as I spoke about earlier, those sausage curbs are so dangerous. Just saw him going over the sausage curb, not causing any damage to his floor, luckily though.
Yeah, and we're almost up to 500 viewers, so keep it up, guys. Keep liking the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Turn on all notifications, as we said, to tune in to all of the sessions for this weekend in Austria. So currently sitting in first place on a set of hard tires, Lewis Hamilton with a time of a 1:06.4. Verstappen in second, just 0.1 seconds behind Hamilton there. Alonso in third. He's on a set of mediums, however, 0.2 seconds behind Hamilton's time. Sergio Perez in fourth. Albon in fifth on a set of soft tyres, which is why that Williams is so high up. Stroll 6, Tsunoda 7, Ocon 8, Bottas in 9. And then rounding off our top 10, we have Lando Norris.
Yes, not bad from the McLaren. I mean, we've been talking about how they've been quite far off the pace. Ooh, big oversteer moment for Esteban Ocon through turn 1, just going over the sausage curbs as well. But yes, I mean, we expect to see those McLarens making some gains with these new upgrades. Hopefully, this is showing some good race pace for the McLarens with that new upgrade for Lando Norris. His car being the only one with upgrades this weekend. Oscar Piastri will get those upgrades in Silverstone.
Oh, seems like he needs them right now. Piastri down in 19th and
Leclerc.
Norris in 10th.
Leclerc putting in some good lap times here at the moment. 0.5 seconds off of the fastest time at the moment. He is on a very old set of hards and setting some personal bests at the moment. Let's see if he opens his DRS, though, as he comes through that penultimate corner. He does now. He is finally opening that DRS. We should be able to get some comparisons now, though, between that fastest top speed of the Ferraris and the Mercedes. Please do let us know. I think there was someone a little bit earlier letting me know those differences. Just saying, or someone saying here in the comment section.
It's a funny comment, except for the fact that I don't agree with it. But yes, sorry, read the comment.
Someone just saying, so Lance should be replaced because he is 3 places behind his teammate, a former world champion. But George, 14 places behind his teammate, a former world champion, is fine. Got it. Well, I mean, I think at the moment the Mercedes are splitting their strategies, which is why we see George Russell being so far behind Hamilton. But I mean,
let's put this in very basic words for you. The difference is, has Lance Stroll ever been on the podium this season? No. Has George Russell?
Yes.
Yes. Has George Russell got a lot more points than Lance Stroll?
Yes.
Yes.
Has Fernando gotten on the podium pretty much religiously at this point? Yes. Has Lance Stroll? No.
Yeah, the fact is, the fact that remains
engines.
is Hamilton and Russell are performing very similarly throughout the entire season, whereas Alonso's gap to Stroll is massive.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound like we are picking on Stroll a little bit, but I mean, we expect the most from any driver here on the grid, especially from a driver in a team that is performing so well. Those Aston Martins have certainly seemed to be very competitive this season, and we want to see both of those drivers extracting all of the performance from that car. So, I mean, whether it is Stroll just not being as comfortable in the car as Fernando Alonso, maybe that might be a contributing factor, but still, you change your driving style to be able to get the best out of that car. You want to be able to fight for podiums. I mean, we want to see both cars being involved, because once we have both Aston Martins involved here in the top, it means that at least we have a bit more competition and a bit more strict decisions that strategy or the strategists can make, having both of those cars in that top 5 or in the podium positions.
Yes, and somebody just making quite a funny comment there as well. Pure Blood, who's been in the comment section quite a few times these last few streams. So great to have you back there, and also going and adding a little commenting. I think we were going on a little rant there, which was quite funny. But just adding on to our rant, says, did Russell beat Hamilton last year?
Yes.
So I think that's unfortunately the one thing.
The only Mercedes win last year was taken by who?
Yeah, so it was George Russell indeed. So, yeah, George Russell, I think, has definitely done enough to prove his worth in that Mercedes car, and keeps being dubbed as the one to replace Hamilton as the main driver in that team. And he borderline is being treated equally. I don't even think they've identified either driver as a main driver and a second driver in that team. They're very much both of them backed in the same regard by Toto Wolff. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to see Russell fall out at any point with Mercedes right now, whereas, of course, Lance Stroll is a little bit further behind his teammate. He still needs to improve, because right now he doesn't look too bad with regards to his time in this current session. But, of course, can he keep that up into qualifying? Never has a very good qualifying, Lance Stroll.
Yes, we have now hit over 500 viewers on our stream. So thank you very much for joining us, all of you. Certainly been an interesting practice session so far. Only had 2 drivers out on sets of softs. That are the 2 Williams of Logan Sargeant and Alex Albon. Albon up in 5th. I say that, but we do have now a McLaren of Oscar Piastri also on a set of softs.
Yeah, so we're heading into the last 20 minutes now. Just 18 minutes left of the session. So one imagines that we're now going to see some more soft tire running coming out and some qualifying attempts. Of course, the only practice session for this entire weekend is this one right now. and qualifying later, everyone's going to try and get some quality lap sims in as much as possible towards the end of the session. So I think you'll start to see a lot more soft tire runs as Oscar Piastri is now going to come across the line. Where is he going to put himself with regards to the times? He moves all the way into 6th position behind the Williams at 106.8 for that McLaren of Piastri.
Yes, just being, someone said here in the comment section, Hamilton was concentrating on car development last year, hence where he is now. Russell was left to concentrate last year on being new to the team. Obviously, Hamilton is a better driver. Yes, of course. I'm not debating that at all. Hamilton is, of course, a much better, much more experienced driver. Of course, having those 7 world championships on George Russell with none. But I mean, yeah, Russell has certainly proved himself in that team. But Hamilton, of course, last year was struggling with the car because, I mean, they didn't have the best concept with those Zero side pods. Unfortunately, they tried to bring something new compared to every other team on the grid, but it didn't work for them. They have now switched 2 side pods with their B-spec car for this year, and it has brought them quite a lot of pace.
Yeah, just watching some replays of some of these cars, a lot of them hitting these curves quite hard. But also what's interesting to notice, I just feel the floor for this race weekend, or at least in this practice
Very
session,
low.
all of the cars seem to be running an exceptionally low floor. Like, it's barely off the floor. So really, 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 really low down on this track here. So I think they're bound to be hitting the curbs, and it's how much people are risking in terms of taking those hits to the floor.
As well, because you have to think now, we are about 2.5, 3.5 hours away from qualifying. You don't want to cause floor damage because that's a big, big change to the car. Just watching Max Verstappen currently in the pits, my lookalike apparently. Robert here also with a very interesting comment, just saying people forget Lawrence Stroll, the owner of the Aston Martin group and the Formula One team, of course, is a businessman, and Lance Stroll has a multi-billion-dollar business to inherit. He can have fun now, but will be moved to a management position in a year or so. I certainly hope he'll be moved to a management position so we get an opportunity for some other drivers to take advantage of the competitive Aston Martins.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't necessarily know if he will be moved to a management position. He is a racing driver. He's been a racing driver throughout his career, obviously up until now. So he might move to maybe another Formula if he doesn't find another seat in Formula One. But I mean, with your dad being the owner of a Formula One team, I think your seat is pretty secure for a few years. Just watching some onboards at the moment, just looking at some of the upgrades of the Ferrari wing. They've just changed the way that it's shaped. The end plates are also ever so slightly different, as well as the edges of that front wing as well, just trying to improve the flow of air to the rear of the car as much as possible. That has been the major development this year from teams. They've been changing their side pods as well as their front wings to shape that air and how it does interact with the floor of this car. We did see in Monaco a few cars were exposed because they had a few crashes, with the likes of Sergio Perez. I think it might have been George Russell as well, whose car. Well, no, sorry, it was Lewis Hamilton who had the incident, and his car was hoisted up onto the crane.
Yes.
So that did give us a few good looks at the floors of these cars. The Red Bull's floor, though, looking absolutely light years ahead of any other team out there. It's so complex underneath that car. Adrian Newey just once again being absolutely I think a wind whisperer, really, with his designs.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cars in the pits right now. I think they're gearing towards getting their qualifying attempts going, and a lot of people in the chat talking about Mercedes, and of course that's a topic we can go on for ages.
My favorite driver
but yes,
is.
I was going to go and say
that. My favorite driver is, or someone who I don't necessarily
I wonder who it could possibly be.
Who is it, Mark?
I wonder.
I mean, I don't necessarily have a singular favorite driver. I support Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso. I'm very, very happy to have back in the sports, especially at the way he is performing at the moment. Albon as well, I've been supporting at the moment, who's been just so competitive in that Williams. And Lando Norris I've also been a big supporter of, as well as Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. I support quite a few drivers down the grid, but I mean, I think the ones I've been most disappointed with this season have been Ferrari, because they were very, very competitive last year. And coming into this season, they've just been completely off the pace.
Yeah, and speaking about Lance Stroll and the fact that he's not good enough, of course, we're looking at the reserve driver there, Felipe Dragovic, who ran testing for Aston Martin before the season began. Of course, Lance Stroll getting in that bike accident and doing some damage to his wrists. But maybe he could be one to take over from Lance Stroll. But I don't see Lance Stroll leaving the sport anytime soon. And I'm not sure Daddy's little boy is going to be axed from the team quite just yet. If Aston Martin really do challenge right near the top, maybe that discussion needs to be had. But right now, I don't think that's going to happen
on the track at the moment. I don't know who's dropped that, but that could cause a yellow flag or something in that sector. We do have Gasly, though, very, very competitive on a set of softs at the moment, challenging for that fastest lap time.
Yeah, I mean, we've got lap times now going to start tumbling, I imagine. Gasly on a set of softs. His teammate Ocon is not too far behind him, also on a set of softs, I believe. So we're going to see some soft tire running. And the moment we see Verstappen and the Red Bulls and otherwise Aston Martins and Mercedes come out on the soft tires, and I'd say that Stroll is now on a soft tire run, we're going to see these lap times tumble, I imagine. Just 12 minutes left of the session. I'm about to get into the nitty-gritty times and seeing the true pace of these cars. Of course, the big car constructor that we want to see these times from, that of Ferrari, who's sitting all the way down in 17th, 18th.
Just being asked why all the hate on Lance Stroll. I mean, I don't hate Lance Stroll at all. I don't have any ill feelings towards him. I mean, it's just the fact that he is quite far off the pace of his teammates, and that seat could go to someone else who would be able to compete and bring that car further up the grid and challenge for podiums. I mean, we want to see both of those Aston Martins fighting. It's more, well, as we see now, Stroll puts himself up into second with a set of softs. I mean, it's more a bit of disappointment for Lance Stroll because, I mean, as you pointed out, he has been competitive in the lower formulas and has won championships. But in Formula One, he's kind of been nowhere.
Problem is he's always going to have that, and you can't take that away. You can't blame who his father is. Well, you can, unfortunately. The only reason he's in Formula One, and the only reason any of these drivers are in Formula One, is because of their parents, almost always, because you have to have so much money to actually get into such a sport like this. And at the end of the day, imagine if Lance Stroll's dad didn't own Aston Martin. Would Lance Stroll be in that seat?
No.
At the end of the day, that's the problem, is the fact that Fernando Alonso would still be there. Lewis Hamilton, Verstappen, most of these drivers would still be on that grid, regardless of who their parents were, as long as they got into the sport. The likes of Lance Stroll, he'll probably be there, but I wouldn't put him anywhere near that Aston Martin. He'd probably be racing for the likes of Haas or Williams.
I mean,
right
he did
down there,
start his Formula One career in a Williams because his dad was backing him quite heavily financially, of course, he was a paid driver in that Williams seat. But yeah, I don't think, with the way he's been performing currently, not necessarily getting many points every race, not consistently at least, a team would drop him quite quickly, unfortunately, because you need to be super, super consistent. You need to be able to get the absolute best out of the car that you're in. And unfortunately, he just hasn't been getting the best out of that Aston Martin. I mean, sure, if he comes and puts himself on the podium this weekend, I will take back all my words. I will apologize.
Well, he's got to get quite a few podiums to go and match Alonso. That's the only problem. But yes, I do. Look, I'm far less.
I mean, as Pureblood says here in the comments, imagine Lando Norris in that Aston Martin.
Yeah, no, that could be insane to watch. But look, I'm not gonna say that I'm not a big fan of Stroll. I'm not a huge fan of Stroll. I'm not quite as scathing as Reese's. But I will say Lance Stroll has got another 13 races in which he needs to improve his times. If he doesn't significantly improve his performances before the end of the season, you can't really make an argument that there's not another driver on the grid that can do a much better job in that same car. And that's the problem. We are now seeing a whole lot of cars coming out on soft tires. Of course, we're hinting the last 10 minutes of this, and I'm just going to do a last replay.
Valtteri Bottas going into the gravel there, into turn 6, I think it was there.
Yeah, so Valtteri Bottas just hitting a little bit of the gravel there, so not a great thing. Oh, it's Lance Stroll who's lost that piece of carbon from his car there.
Okay.
So that's interesting to note. It's from Lance Stroll's car that little piece of carbon has fallen off. I don't think
it's a small aero streak. I don't think it was too important there, but yes, Mark, carry on.
So, and just as we're entering the last few minutes here, as these soft tire attempts start coming, and Charles Leclerc currently going round, just want to talk about our partner on the channel and sponsor for this weekend's Austrian Grand Prix, and that is Bitdefender. Bitdefender. If you don't want to be tracked, then I would recommend checking out Bitdefender's anti-tracker extension. The anti-tracker extension blocks trackers that collect your data and allows you to view and manage this information on each website you visit. It keeps your browsing data private and enhances performance by loading web pages faster. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's anti-tracker extension, and then please click on the link in the description or in the chat. As Charles Leclerc is now going to come across the line here, finishing his first soft tire attempt and goes into first place at 106.2. So Ferrari right out of the depths.
Not as fast as I would expect them to go, because Sergio Perez has now gone second fastest on a set of mediums, only 0.053 seconds behind Charles Leclerc's fastest lap time on a set of softs. So these Red Bulls are, I mean, expectedly very fast out there. Max Verstappen now finishing up his.
This is going to be a quick lap, by the way.
He should be quite close to Sergio Perez.
No, I think he'll be quicker than Leclerc. He does go quicker. And it's going to be still a 106, but it's a 106.084.
Good question here from ND in the comment section saying, do you think Liam Lawson, who is one of Red Bull's junior drivers, will he replace Nick de Vries mid-season? Certainly a very good question. I mean, bit of an unknown at the moment. Nick de Vries, who I was certainly expecting to come into this season and really hit the ground running, as we now see Carlos Sainz setting a first fastest sector. I was expecting Nick de Vries because he's got quite a good track record in other formulas. I mean, he's won Formula E, he's won in, I think, Formula 2 and Formula 3. Not doing very well up against Yuki Tsunoda, who's not necessarily the most dominant teammate. I mean, yeah, very disappointing from Nick de Vries this season.
So but of course, another disappointment for most of the season is Ferrari. But we're following on Sainz, who's put in 2 purple sectors, coming onto the final start-finish straight chase. He's going to put the new fastest lap. It's going to be a sub 106. It's going to be a 105.9, so just 0.1 seconds quicker than Verstappen. But he moves into first place on those soft tires. Hamilton also on a pair of softs, set of softs now, moves into 4th position, a 0.2 seconds behind Sainz. So we're seeing some much quicker times being put in now. Fernando Alonso still yet to put a time in on softs. I'm very keen to see him go around. I imagine he will set the new fastest time on softs.
Yes, just been asked in the comment section, just for a bit of a comparison between teams for the long runs. At the moment, it looks like Mercedes are very, very competitive on their long runs. Hamilton had the fastest lap time on his set of hards on high fuel. Just watching Max Verstappen on his fastest lap time, just getting very close to the edge of those curbs. The Red Bulls, though, on their long runs also seem to be quite competitive, very close to the Mercedes. So hopefully we'll get some close running on Sunday. But at the moment, still waiting to see, because I was asked to compare their top speed comparisons. Don't know that just yet. I will try and find that now for you. But I think at the moment, the Mercedes look to be the fastest out on track for their top speeds.
Indeed, but we're going to more important matters, which is the fact that Jayan has decided that my hoodie is good, and he says he likes my hoodie. So I do appreciate the acknowledgement of good fashion sense, and that is certainly what I have. We're heading into the last 5 minutes here of practice 1, the only practice for this weekend. So we're seeing all these guys really rush out now to put these soft tire lap times in. We've just seen Hulkenberg cross the line there. Haven't talked about Haas at all today, and for good reason, sitting all the way down in 19th. And I do believe 9th and 19th. So not doing particularly well, the Haas there. George Russell up into 8th on those softs. He's in the pits currently. I'm sure we'll see him come out right towards the end here. Max Verstappen gearing up for a fast lap here, I think, on that medium tire. Alonso is out on track. I don't know if he's still on those mediums or if he's put on softs. We've only got 4.5 minutes left, so not a lot of time for these guys to put in some quick laps.
I don't think we'll see the Red Bulls putting on soft tires. I think they're going to try and keep that pace a bit of a secret until qualifying later this afternoon. Just a reminder to everyone here watching at the moment, we do have qualifying later this afternoon for the race on Sunday. So we have FP1 now, qualifying later this afternoon. Then tomorrow, a very exciting day ahead of us. We have sprint qualifying in the morning and then the sprint race in the afternoon. So please make sure to join us for all of those sessions. We will also be bringing you Formula 2 and Formula 3 track coverage, of course, and commentary if we are, we might just jump on near the end of Formula 2 and Formula 3's races. But we do have the sprint race tomorrow afternoon. And then, of course, the big events, the main events on Sunday, the race here in the Styrian Alps in Austria.
Yeah, and just seeing the track dominance here between Sainz and his teammate Leclerc, quite interesting. The fact that Sainz has got more dominance into the beginning of the track and literally the very little middle sector, whereas Leclerc has got everywhere else. So, quite relatively even between the two Ferrari drivers, but in the two different parts of the tracks. Quite interesting to note that. Just letting you know as well, we're 3 minutes away from the end of this session, and we will do a live review straight away, which is going to be part of our build-up to qualifying later today. So it's going to be our qualifying stream. You're going to be pulled right across into that, so don't go anywhere. We're going to review the session as well as then bring you into F3 qualifying, of course, for their own race on Sunday. So lots of stuff coming for you this afternoon. So be sure to stick around on the channel. We can have a discussion later on with a live review of practice 1. Only 2.5 minutes left.
Interesting. The Red Bulls are telling Max to go on a third slow lap. So third preparation lap for this final.
Probably trying to get
lap.
the fuel down, maybe.
Yes, I think that's possibly what they are trying to do at the moment. Still trying to find some speed trap comparisons for you guys, but unfortunately I cannot find any speed trap data online, but I will try and find that 4-hour session review to bring that speed trap comparison between all of these drivers.
Yeah, and quite interesting, nobody seems to be doing a fast lap right now. I think they're all doing their out lap in terms of, or at least a slow lap before beginning their qualifying attempts. You're just 2 minutes left, so not a lot of time. So we're going to see some rushed laps towards the end. Are we going to see somebody beat Science's 105.9?
I don't know. That looks quite competitive at the moment, but I mean, if we do get Alonso on a set of softs, I think he'll be able to beat that surely. I don't think we're going to see the Red Bulls going out on a set of softs, as we do have Max Verstappen still out there at the moment on a set of mediums, ramping up for another hot lap.
And Alpine, they're just practicing a pit release. So he's, I think that was Ocon, I think it was, just doing a pit release practice there. Alonso's still out on track, it says, and it says it's on medium tires. So maybe he's also going to be hiding the soft tires. This
possibly just trying to keep another set of softs for Sunday if we do get some dry running on Sunday. A lot of rain has been predicted for this race weekend. So once again, please do stay tuned and do join us for all of our sessions. This should be a very, very exciting race weekend ahead of us.
Just 1 minute left of the session as well. Yuki Tsunoda currently going round. He's coming into the sector 3 now. He's currently sitting in 16th. He's on a set of softs. He goes very wide into the second to last corner. Now into the last corner, he comes round fine. This is going to be a 106, 107. Only moves into 13th place. So not great from the two AlphaTauris, down in 13th and 14th respectively.
I mean, good to see some of these top teams who've put in times on the mediums still holding out against soft tire runners. I mean, Fernando Alonso on a set of mediums is still holding out George Russell's right behind him on a set of softs. Nick de Vries coming through turn 1 very slowly there. Just saying, I don't understand why Magnussen got upset with me. I went out of the way. I mean, it looks like he completely got off the track, and Magnussen kind of just pushed him a little bit wide there as well, just to say that he was upset with him.
Yeah, I don't quite know, because also we don't see the view of Magnussen. Yeah. Magnussen might have just started a hot lap, and then de Vries got in his way on that opening corner, because he was very much on the racing line as he came around. So we don't quite know, but either way, de Vries just making a little note of that. Leclerc has put in his fastest second sector, and he's got a new personal best in that first sector. So we might see a new fastest lap here. Although I say that Max Verstappen has now just taken that purple sector away from Leclerc in the middle sector, and he's on those mediums. The practice session is now officially over, so they will cross the line and finish their practice session. Alonso is done, and Leclerc comes across just behind his teammate. My word, so close. Right behind him. Verstappen now crosses the line, and he goes fastest.
On a set of mediums.
0.24 seconds quicker than Carlos Sainz. So very, very dangerous. Looks very dangerous time sort of thing set by Verstappen there. 105.7, the fastest time of the day. We still have Hamilton out on an out lap right now. That's going to hopefully start. Well, I say out lap. He should surely start his lap now, unless he wasn't able to cross the line. Perez is still going around. But I think he's not going around quickly either. So we pretty much, indeed, we do get those confirmations of all the finishing flags. We do now pretty much have our final 20 for practice 1. And this, of course, the only time we get to see data to give us sort of any indication for the weekend. We've got qualifying later today, then the sprint, shootout and sprint tomorrow, and the main race on Sunday. So go through it, Reese. We've got in first place.
Yes, first place, we do have Max Verstappen with a 1 minute, 5 seconds, 0.7. Only around 0.1 something off of the fastest lap time here on a set of mediums. I mean, very good lap time from Verstappen. We then have Sainz and Leclerc second and third. We have a virtual safety car now being waved, I think that is them just testing the systems here. We then have Hamilton in P4, Perez 5th, Stroll 6th, Magnussen 7th, Alonso down 8th, Russell 9th, Zhou 10th, Albon 11th, Piastri 12th, Hülkenberg 13th, Bottas 14th, Tsunoda 15th, Nick de Vries 16th, Sargeant 17th, Ocon 18th, 19th is Pierre Gasly, and 20th, interestingly enough, is Lando Norris. With those new upgrades for that McLaren, he is only down in 20th position. I think they did not send him out for a qualifying run. Unfortunately, we do have a couple drivers busy lining up at the moment to do some practice starts. We see the Haas, I think, of Magnussen, and now Carlos Sainz doing a practice start. Very, very good start from him. No wheel spin, as we do see now Fernando Alonso also going on a practice start.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for tuning in to practice session 1, well, the only practice session for the weekend, as we do end the session. Now, don't go anywhere, though. We're going to do a live review of the practice session, as well as go straight into our qualifying stream, which will also bring you some content with regards to F3 qualifying, F2 qualifying, and then, of course, the main event for the day, F1 qualifying for Sunday. So stick around the channel if you guys are new here. Subscribe, like the video, and turn on notifications so you can be notified about all future uploads. The channel does do a lot of sports, not just Formula One. So be sure to stick around. And yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching. We're going to head right on into the next stream. Don't go anywhere. You're going to be pulled into that stream as well. Just wait for that those couple of seconds to pull us in. And Reese, thank you so much for joining us, of course, for practice session 1. And to all of you at home, we'll see you in the next video right now. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. You should hear James now.